you hear me okay? I'm on my laptop speakers, which are usually pretty terrible.
It sounds good.
Awesome. Okay.
Okay, Damien. She is, okay. All right, I think we have everybody who we're expecting at this point in time. Both Aaron and Douglas let us know they won't be here until this afternoon, and Critchlow resigned.
Good. Suppose we do have a quorum at least, right?
Yes, you have 5 out of 9, because now you have 2 vacant positions.
2 vacant positions. Okay.
Yeah, you already had 1 vacancy, and the recent resignation left the second.
Okay.
So you only have 7 currently appointed. All right. Are we ready to get started? Is everybody ready?
I'm good.
Okay. Well, welcome today to the Multimodal Transportation Commission retreat. We provided you a retreat packet and an agenda. We figured we would start the day by doing a member social, thinking a little bit about, since we have some new participants, not all of which are here, but thinking about taking time to introduce yourself, to do introductions, and we'll consider that as part of roll call. And then I was thinking it might be nice to refresh us back to our vision. So tell us about your transportation passion, or why did you volunteer for MMTC? What interests you? So we can kind of get to know each other and our perspectives for our new members. Okay. Can I ask can I ask the chair to start or delegate someone to start?
Sure, I'll start. Let me make sure I get all the things that you asked for. Okay. So my name is Nick Kuzmiak. I have lived in Lawrence since late 2017. Previously lived in Maryland, right outside of DC, which is where I'm from. Lived in Philadelphia, Austin, Houston, and very briefly in Saudi Arabia. Before here, I was in Houston. So let's see. I am an engineer by day, environmental. So I work with wastewater and occasionally drinking water, but usually just wastewater. So sort of some engineering background, but not a traffic engineer by any means. And what led me to join the MMTC? So when I was in Houston, it was the first city I'd been in that seemed truly dysfunctional on a transportation level. They had started a walkability subcommittee under their planning commission. I thought, well, it's kind of interesting. I want to see what Houston thinks walkability looks like. Sorry, I think we have a phone call here. Anyway, also, I'm currently in Cancun, so I'm joining kind of remotely. So if my Wi-Fi cuts out, oops, it's probably still better than my home Wi-Fi, but yeah, it's a little spotty here. Sorry. Anyway, so I joined because in Houston, I tried to get involved in the walkability subcommittee, but public comment was limited to a single minute. The meetings were kind of useless. Nothing ever really got done. I thought, man, there's got to be a better way. And about a year later, I got my chance when we moved from Houston to Lawrence to kind of start fresh, be closer to family. And I realized, man, it is really easy to get involved in local government here if you just ask and if you're interested. So very quickly started getting on neighborhood association. I was on public transit advisory committee, and then that led me to MMTC back when we were actually representing certain boards. So yeah, kind of a long way to say I got here because I want to make transportation better in the cities that I live in. Was there anything else I'm missing, Jessica? I don't know if I got all that.
I think that was great. I think that gives us a good idea. Nick, I even learned something. I've been working with you for a while, so.
Now you know.
I think that's the point, right?
Yeah, socialization. Damon, do you want to go next as our next highest ranked member here?
Sure. I'm Damon Baltosca. Somewhat new to the commission. I joined just in October last year, I believe. So I've been living in Lawrence for just over 10 years now. And yeah, I joined the commission because in college at KU, I'm a 2015 graduate. I studied architecture, so my background's in that. But I was always like a I describe a fair weather bike commuter, so I'd bike to class all the time, ride the bus on occasion. But then kind of in 2019, I made a more concerted effort to try and just use my car as little as I could possibly use it. So, you know, my bike's been my primary mode of transportation since then. And so I just like to tell people, if you want to radicalize yourself about transportation, just try and not use a car for like a week, and you'll find yourself wanting to get pretty involved with this stuff. And that's what happened to me. And that's how I'm here today.
I just wanted to add a quick fun fact. So I know Gregory is no longer on the commission, but Damon is now the second commissioner who has lived 2 doors down from me. So it's really small town stuff, I guess.
Okay, Pat, you're next on our screen.
Okay, hi, I'm Pat Collette, and this is my beginning of my second year on MMTC. Prior to that, I was on the Parks and Rec advisory board, and I had joined that because I was really interested in, you know, particularly the trails, bike ped stuff that they're involved with. And then I was asked to apply to be on MMTC, which I did, and resigned my place in Parks and Rec. But I retired about 6 years ago. 6 years ago, I guess, and from the KU Transportation Center, where I was primarily involved in public transportation, and specifically rural public transportation. We did get involved a bit with bike ped issues, and I would have liked to have been involved more, but you know, it all relies on grant funding and that kind of thing, and so we didn't do a lot in that area. But I was there for, you know, a little over 30 years, and I'm a cyclist. I do a lot of bike touring. Well, you know, before COVID, I did a lot more, and I'm hoping this year it starts back up again. So I have a goal to ride across every state or some variation thereof, and so I'm still working on that and need to hurry up. So, well, I still can do it. I just, you know, I'm really interested in bike ped issues, and also transit and how those interrelate, and so very much excited about that and the work of MMTC. And I guess it's just like a little personal side note. I have 3 grandsons, and when they each turned 10, I had told them that I would take them to Washington, D.C., and they could pick the things that they wanted to see, and they each had their own itinerary. But one of the challenges for each of them was to try to see how many forms of transportation they could take on the trip. So it was a competition among the 3 of them to get as many modes as possible. So that was kind of a fun challenge for them, since, you know, in Lawrence there aren't nearly as many of those modes available. So my oldest one, he was really interested in learning how to hail a taxi because he'd never done that and wanted to know how to do it. So anyway, it was a fun adventure for them.
That sounds really fun. We would try to do that sometimes too when we're on trips, to see how many modes we can get. Mm-hmm. Charlie, how about you?
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, Jessica, I feel like I'm going to have to really work hard to surprise you with much. My work on transportation goes back to, I don't know, it feels like it's been a long time. I was in my work at the health department, the Lawrence Douglas County Public Health. I got involved with transportation planning efforts that the MPO did. And then with our community health planning work, I was involved with the Live Well Douglas County Coalition and other groups that were concerned about conditions specifically for pedestrians and also for bicyclists. And I got on the Ped Bike Issues Task Force a few years back that kind of developed the recommendation to form some sort of transportation commission. And once it was put together, I was put on there as a health department representative. And then I can't recall if it was a year or 2 years after the formation, the membership of the commission was changed to be all at large. And so that representational role that I had ended, and then I was appointed as just strictly as a community member, serving at large. So I've been involved with this for quite a while, and I would say the thing that keeps me really interested is probably just thinking about, I was drawn to local government management, so I'm always kind of one of those public admin geeks that just likes, things about local government. But I think specifically, when I was doing that work early on, I saw the connection to my own family, and specifically my 2 daughters. When we were doing the safe routes to school planning, it became, really clear to me, like the need for kids to get safely around the community. And, that begins with helping them learn how to walk and navigate the streets, get across intersections safely, and just wanting them to be more independent, and then teaching them how to ride their bikes and riding on the road was kind of step one. I didn't really want them to ride on the sidewalks because of some of the conditions of the sidewalks. But I think just in that process of doing the work and then having my own experiences in this community with my family, it became clear to me that this was a critical issue. And it feels like a great way to contribute outside of my work. So, and yeah, there's probably not a lot I can surprise you with, Jessica. Yeah, I'll have to keep thinking about that one. So thanks. Nice to see everybody.
Althea, how about yourself?
Hi, I'm Althea Schnocke, and this is my first year, and actually just first year getting into everything. I was on the Pedestrian Planning Steering Committee that met second half of last year. Before that, I worked with Safe Routes, Douglas County, when I was at Central Middle School. And so interested in just general pedestrian things. And, I work for the school district, so I see a lot of what happens with kids getting to school, again, with the safe routes, but just watching what happens in my neighborhood got me interested.
Well, I hope it's interesting to hear from each of you, to hear from each other about kind of where you come from. You can see some commonalities, and I think it's probably important for us to always come back to that and remember that in terms of some of the decisions we're making, especially when we get to some of the conversation that we're going to have in a little bit. Since many of you know me, but some of you don't, I'll take a chance to introduce myself, and then I'll let Brad introduce himself here. But I'm Jessica Mortinger. I'm the Transportation Planning Manager for the MPO. I've been our Metropolitan Planning Organization. I've been in this role in June. It will be 12 years. So when Charlie says there's not much that can surprise us, because I think from the very beginning almost, we've been in different parallel tracks working together on some of these planning issues. And so personally, I'm also motivated. I have a young kid who I am biking with, and she's, that's both scary and fun. And so there's, I think, a lot of opportunity in our community, and that really gets me excited, working with people who are so passionate about making this a better place. So I'm happy to be here today to help you facilitate this conversation and hopefully reflect on where we've been and where we're at and where we're going with some of your work and larger transportation planning work. So
yeah, I'm Brad Harris. I'm an administrative technician here at MSO in the City of Lawrence. And so I'm just providing admin support for these meetings. You normally may be familiar with Christina Gherkin. She's out for the day. So you're still going to be dealing with her for the most part on weeks going forward. But I do have a lot of passion for the MMTC work that you all do. So I look forward to hearing about your plans for the future.
Okay. And it can't go without saying the man behind all of the screens in the back of the room, for those of you who aren't here with me, we'll quickly introduce Kurt for those of you that don't know, but that get to work with him. He's back there. He's making all the magic happen so that the public can join us remotely, so that you can all participate in this process. And we're very thankful for that too. So we'll acknowledge him today. Dave Cronin will be joining us in a little bit, and we probably are a little ahead of schedule in terms of when some of the multimodal staff is going to join us. Real quick, do we want to go ahead and jump into work and pause when they join us, or that's kind of what I would recommend. Does that seem reasonable to everyone, or is there additional conversation you'd like to have in terms of just some social conversation at the beginning of the meeting? We have about 12 minutes.
So I had a quick question. I unfortunately didn't get all the way through the packet yet because it's been kind of a crazy week, but I saw that there's a staff suggestion box at the very end and that's not necessarily on the agenda. Do you think we can maybe use a couple of minutes to just kind of go over that real quick, or is that intended for later in the meeting?
Well, we can look at that.
I was going to say more on just the getting to know each other side. I was curious, like what part of town all of us represent. I live on the west side of town. I'm right in the Quail Run neighborhood. I just moved here a few years ago, but I then lived, before that I was in the Monterey neighborhood, which is still in the Quail Run Elementary school boundary, but it's north of 6th Street. So I would say since I've lived in Lawrence, that's pretty much all the neighborhoods wise, that's what I've known. And then of course I work in the Pinckney neighborhood, and I've been there for quite a while now. So, but I certainly bring probably a perspective that's maybe shared by others that live on the west side of town. So I wanted to kind of just toss that out there for people.
You know, I think Charlie, you're onto something, that it's maybe not a bad idea to share the parts of our background that would influence what our values could be, so that when we're having these discussions, it would help to understand where somebody might be coming from. Because though I've worked with you for a few years now, I have not worked for, with Pat or Althea particularly closely. So it'd be nice to kind of know where folks are coming from. So I guess, Jessica, I just want to check back in with you first as the facilitator. We got 10 minutes or so. Do you think it would be appropriate to kind of dive a little bit deeper and maybe have a bit of a values discussion by way of appended biography?
Absolutely, Jessica Mortinger. I think it would be appropriate. And what I was going to say about your staff suggestion box thing is that's something Dave attached to the packet that had been in a previous packet. So it's something that came from stuff that planning staff tells to planning commission. So I'm not sure that it's something that we just necessarily go over. I think it's some of the planning commission retreat staff read it out loud. I don't think we were intending to do that for you today. It was just some helpful tips that we have shared before.
That's good to know. I had no idea that was specific to the planning commission. I just thought that was something that was kind of done last minute for the packet, and it's really useful. I mean, a lot of these things are things I feel like may go unsaid, but seeing them explicitly written out is like, good to know. That's something I'll try to keep in mind. So yeah, I think that's all.
But I think as far as Charlie is concerned, I think both your idea about talking more about some of your values, I think you started touching on some of those in terms of why you're here, whether that's kids or safety or walkability, bikeability, comfort, transit access. I think we can continue to dive into that. And if, like Charlie had mentioned about just some different neighborhoods, if people feel comfortable sharing either where they work or commonly use some of those networks, I think it's probably appropriate to understand kind of where in the community is represented based on people's personal perspectives for transportation. And that would be fine too. Yeah,
that sounds good to me. Damon, would you like to go next? Or somebody else who's like really raring to go?
Sure, I can make it quick. So I live in the Pinckney neighborhood, and I've lived there since college, so just over 10 years in Pinckney, right over by the hospital. I work downtown, so
Nice.
my commute is really short, which is great. But yeah, I'm also like Charlie. I'm on the north side of 6th Street, so that's basically my sketchiest boundary that I have to cross. So I'm biking across that street, 4 times a day. So I've had more close calls than I could probably tell you. So that's also a reason. One of my values for sure is safety. Just with the number of close calls that I've had, that's going to be important. And also, I'd say sustainability. The county's getting their climate action plan, together. And I think one thing that we should really be focusing on is reducing individual car use. It's not only the least efficient in terms of mode of getting people moving throughout a city, it's also just the worst for our air quality, whether that's a fossil fuel vehicle or even electric cars pollute our air with their brake and tire dust. So, I see electric cars as part of the puzzle, but the bigger part of the puzzle for me is just reducing individual car use and, getting more people switching to more efficient, better modes.
Thanks for the explanation. That does make sense. And I feel like that's a sentiment I've heard a couple times on the commission. I know when I occasionally will read comments on LJ World, which is not a great idea usually, that there's usually a lot of animosity towards folks saying like, oh, everybody's trying to reduce the car use. But in a way, we kind of are. I mean, a couple of us are interested in the kind of long-term climate and sustainability equation where cars are they are a part of the transit mix, but the share they have currently is probably not sustainable for the long-term future. So I think it's not unreasonable that would be at least some of our values. So, Pat or Althea, would you like to go up next?
I'll go next. Yeah, currently, and I've lived here for about the last 20 years or so. I'm basically at 6th and Swartz Road, off from kind of behind that Dillon's store at 6th and Lawrence Avenue. Been there for about 20 years, and like I mentioned, I worked at KU, so commuted mostly between there, and then I'd also previous to that had lived for about 20 or 25 years over on the other side of town, near Clinton Parkway and Lawrence Avenue, and that's where I mentioned my grandsons. One of my daughters and grandsons live near there now, and so when they were in grade school, my daughter works, and so I would go over to their house and then ride bikes with them to Schwegler, which was the elementary school they went to teach them how to, like Charlie mentioned, teaching his kids how to navigate that, and we did that a lot, and they commuted or took that route to school quite a bit. My daughter was never very comfortable with it, having for them going by themselves with crossing Iowa, and then that intersection got improved a lot, and I feel like it's pretty comfortable now for cycling and walking across the intersection. But the driveway cuts all the way to Ausdale, which is where Schwegler is located, was more treacherous, I felt like, than Iowa, because they were having to, cars were turning in quickly into the shopping mall and that kind of thing. So I had quite a bit of experience with that. And then as far as commuting for me, coming from both of those directions, but and for a short period of time I lived up near campus, 3 or 4 years I lived there, which was a great location too, but and easier in general for getting around. But yeah, so that's kind of my perspectives on it.
Thanks for sharing. And Althea, we have a few more minutes, so I prefer if you go instead of me.
Yeah, so I lived for about 15 years right at 14th Mass, which was a great location because it was easy, and then worked across the street. So I had a 3-minute commute. It was really nice. And I live in East Lawrence and work at the Instructional Resource Center, which is in charge of curriculum distribution for the district. And so that's right next to Haskell. So I hop on burros when the weather's nice enough and just bike or walk to work. And so being able to bypass a lot of traffic has been part of my strategy of where to live, is to avoid driving as much as possible.
I used to have a lot more noble aspirations in terms of trying to avoid driving as much as possible, but I kind of live a weird distance away from my office, so it's like just too far to bike on just dangerous enough streets that I'd rather not in the dark, you know, in the winter. But I used to live a lot closer to work, but I think in the last 2 minutes, I guess just a couple more things. So my dad is a transportation planner. He was originally an engineer, decided he liked policy more, and has been a transportation guy ever since. He's done research on things like walkability scores, improving those, bike ped stuff. He's currently working on the Purple Line, which is the big circumferential light rail in Maryland and DC. So I've kind of been indoctrinated from a pretty young age about how planning and transit kind of interact, and really didn't care for a long time. I played SimCity, but that was about as far as I got. It wasn't until, like I was saying, I lived in Houston and realized how bad it can get. Like, there's got to be a better way. And I finally understood what my dad was up to. So now we actually can have coherent conversations on what it is he does. And I can understand what it is thanks to my experience on Mmtc so far. So it's kind of a reciprocal relationship, and I continue to learn stuff from him, but also am able to bring him kind of, you know, more small city examples of how it works in real life. So that's been kind of fun for me. I also have a young kid as well. He's about a year and a half now, and all of a sudden using a stroller on sidewalks. So as an able-bodied young guy, it's been fairly easy for me to get around even on broken or muddy sidewalks, but now it actually matters. I have a newfound respect for those who are either of limited mobility or those who have, you know, to deal with wheels in some way or another. So kind of much more acutely aware of the condition of our sidewalks, especially because I now live in East Lawrence, which is all bricks all the time. So yeah, just a little extra information. Since we're at 1:30, or sorry, it's 12:30 your time, shall we move on to the multimodal staff introduction?
Yes, I think it's about that time. We've been admitting some members of our multimodal staff, so we'll take a second and allow them to turn on their cameras, and then we will provide an opportunity. We typically like to take this opportunity to introduce you to some of the interdepartmental staff that either the MPO and or MSO, whether that's Dave Cronin or Jake Baldwin or Dustin Smith, who as MSO engineers generally present to you, that we're working with in the background in regards to coordinating interdepartmental issues. And so this is a recommendation that came out of some of the work that was done around the Bike Ped Issues Task Force time in terms of collaboration that's happening both interdepartmentally as well. So we want to just take an opportunity to introduce you to the people who could join us today from that multimodal staff team who present and collaborate on issues on the back end. I will let someone start introducing themselves in that regard, and then just call on the next person you see on the screen. Kind of that's a member of the staff team, if you would. And Evan, I'll let you start. Just introduce yourself, say your title, maybe how long you've been with the city, and maybe something you brought to the team or some work that you found of value to the team.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Evan Carenton. I'm the city's ADA compliance administrator. I've been with the city since October of 2019, and I work with this group on a variety of different accessibility items, best practices as we look towards mobility in our community. Yeah, that's about it. I will hand it off to, let's see, Jake Baldwin.
Thanks, Evan. Good afternoon, everybody. Jake Baldwin. I'm an engineering program manager for municipal services and operations. So it's nice to see all the commissioners again, who we've had a lot of conversations with, and nice to meet the new commissioners as well. So in my role, I typically facilitate the non-motorized projects. And Jessica kind of works through us with the policy work on that. You'll see me in conversations with that. We bring that policy every year and have that discussion and do a 5-year plan for those projects. In addition, I've got roles with the sidewalk improvement program for the city. And I typically manage a lot of our other bike ped projects. So loop projects typically come to my court, and safe routes to school. I've managed quite a few of those as well. So, and I will pass it off to Dustin.
Thanks, Jake. Dustin Smith. I'm a senior project engineer with MSO, and again familiar with most of the commissioners. But so I've been with the city not quite 3 years now. Focused mainly on transportation projects and traffic. The neighborhood traffic management program that you guys have a lot of oversight on, and I guess personally, I've lived in Lawrence 25 years now, and have 2 kids at New York and 2 kids at Central. So I'm also very vested, I guess, in getting kids safely to and from school. And I'll hand it off to Adam.
Hi everyone, I'm Adam Weigel. I'm the transit and parking manager for the city. I started in March of 2020, and my work on this group, I suppose I coordinate a lot with a lot of different people on the screen pretty consistently. There's a lot of transit impact and opportunity, I guess, in the work that Jake does related to sidewalks, and the work that a lot of MSO does in street projects. Evan's consulted with us on a number of accessibility considerations for bus stop improvements and the like. So lots of overlap between different members of the team. And I will hand it off to Rob.
Hi, I'm Rob Neff. I'm with the Lawrence Police Department. I've been there for 31 years. I'm a sergeant. I'm in charge of the accident investigation unit, and I'm mainly here to help provide usually enforcement activities for whatever projects we're working on, and also have data on accidents and kind of what streets are causing problems. I'm actually on an iPad, so I'm not sure who's next. So everybody's just sort of in one big group.
How about Maureen?
Hi, I'm Maureen. Maureen Brady. I am the brand manager for the city, and I work in our communications and creative resources office. I have been here since January 2019, and I generally help the team spread the word on our different projects. So I do news releases and social media, and just handle our communication side of things. And I will pass to Becky.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Becky Pepper, and I'm the planning manager in our planning division. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay. I think I'm having some internet issues. Great. I've been with the city for about 6 years, and as I mentioned, I'm in the planning division. So we work on some long-range projects like area plans, implementation of the comprehensive plan, and then we also work on more concurrent planning jobs that would be entail different planning applications associated with developments, and coordinate with this group on various impacts in transportation that either those long-range planning efforts might have, or those current planning applications may have. And I'm going to pass it over to Micah.
Hi everyone, Micah Siebold. I'm the GIS manager in IT department. I work with this team in regards to mapping applications and other technology that can help us our work. I've done a project on modeling for the non-motorized prioritization, which might be a work item this year, I believe, that we're going to look at. I'm also a road biker myself. I've done the BAK. I try to commute whenever I can via bike and just enjoy it in general. So, and I'll pass it to Lindsay.
Hello, I'm Lindsay Hart. I'm the Assistant Director for Parks and Recreation, and I'm sitting in, filling in today for Derek Rogers, our director, who wasn't able to make it. So I am new to the city. I've only been here a few months, and so I'm new to this group as well. So I'm just here to listen and learn today. And I will pass it over to Stephen.
Hi, I'm Stephen Mason. I am also with Parks and Recreation. I have been on the team for a few years now. I've been with the city for about 8. And with Parks and Rec, I assist with some of the education and outreach. I'm also a league certified instructor through the League of American Bicyclists. So I bring some of that to the group as well, and just kind of have a little bit of flexibility to fill in where I'm needed. Oh, and I have to pass it to somebody.
I think Dravel is the last one. I'll help you out, Stephen.
All right, Dravel.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dravel Taylor. I am the Lawrence Douglas County Mobility Manager. My position started this January, so I'm pretty new here. My role and responsibilities is to work with all of our transportation providers and our service providers to increase mobility efficiency and stop. There we go. It's a horse, sorry. Yeah, so working with all of our providers to increase our efficiency and accessibility. So working with people like Independence Inc. and the Senior Resource Center who whose jurisdiction is not just the city of Lawrence.
So you can see we have we have a pretty good showing today. I think we just may be missing just a few people. Although if you ask me off the top of my head, I might forget who that is. But sustainability, we have them as part of our team, and we call in additional people if we need them. But you can see how robust and interdepartmental a lot of the coordination behind a lot of city projects is, in terms of we bring in the right people to help succeed on many of the projects where there's probably a lot of things you've heard about in terms of work tasks, but you don't necessarily see their faces always because we're all each kind of doing our own project. Is there anything you'd like to know more about what anybody is doing? Otherwise, I'll let you have that question, Nick.
I just had a quick question about what frequency do y'all meet on, or is it kind of an as-needed basis? Just, I guess, how intense is this board?
Yeah. So prior to COVID, we were meeting twice a month. When COVID started, we began meeting more monthly. And so that's kind of the pace we've kept, although we use sometimes email communication to communicate in between meetings for check-ins. And of course, there's a lot of, that's just for our kind of formal monthly meeting. There's a lot of background project work that's happening that people bring in the right people for whatever specific project or item they're working on. So I would, for some people, it might be daily, you know what I mean, in terms of working with, the set group that's working on whatever task they're working on to accomplish their project.
That was kind of going to be my next question, actually, is what sort of things do you work on? Is it basically immediate projects that you have to do cross-department collaboration, or is it sort of longer-term strategic things like, say, T2050 is coming up in a few years? Let's talk about that.
So the agenda is set in the sense by whatever every individual member brings to the team. And so oftentimes, for example, since Dave's not here, Dave brings like your work plan to the group, and we talk about all of the work stuff laid out for the year. That's kind of on everybody's radar. Micah used a good example when he talked about non-motorized prioritization policy and the work that the MPO and MSO with Jake and we all coordinate together while we're updating that policy development, or on the back end while they're working on updating the scorings for each new year of projects. And so I think it's different for everybody based on what project is being worked on. So like Maureen gets involved if we're involved in communications, or we have questions about how something should be messaged. But then again, there's other people not necessarily on the team that we're also working with that are components of some of those same projects too. So an example of that would be like our MSO communications staff, or, and so it's just kind of Adam brings maybe projects from transit that are, he wants staff input to, or to update about process, and he's getting people involved on the back end on at appropriate points and in touch points. So I think it's really what everybody brings to the team. The biggest benefit I feel like to the group is just continued relationship building, especially for new people. Somebody else can add to that though, if you have something to add about the work or how it works.
Yeah, also Cronin has brought projects that have a shared use path component or bike lane component for us to review, just get our input on. So, it's more eyes than might normally be on a project like that. And in the past, we've done some learning. We've watched some videos, mostly it's just been videos, or about what other places are doing in regards to pedestrians and bicycles. And then we had a meeting where we rode some of our infrastructure, like the bike boulevard. And so we did, like, we've done that once, maybe, maybe twice. I think I missed one of them, but so there's some team building as well.
Always happy to schedule more rides with the group.
There's always so many projects going on, right, that we don't, not all of us are in tune with every single transportation project. It's always happening. So it's a good standing opportunity to touch base on some of those things. I know, in our part of the world, we're focused on what our bus stop improvements look like over the next year. And meetings like this are a good opportunity to touch base with MSO on status of 19th Street sidewalk project that has some impacts on that. And, when that project began, we planned on coordination to make sure sidewalk and bus stop improvements could happen at the same time. But we're not checking on that daily. So getting touch points like that at a regular interval is a good way to keep on top of things, especially in a hyper virtual world like it's been for quite a while. Without the walk down the hall talks that we could have, it's a good time to do that.
This is Charlie Bryan. I really appreciate getting a chance to hear again, like, the diversity of representation of all the programs the city has on this team. And it's exciting to know you guys continue to meet and do the work collaboratively. I was thinking as you were discussing each of your roles, it would be, I think, helpful. Even, me who's been on this thing for a little while, it's kind of nice. It's a refresher for me, and I think especially for the people that are new, it might be really helpful to have some of this kind of put down in writing in a way that would help us kind of have just a better understanding of the scope that you guys cover. And I think an additional element that would be interesting to look at is how each of you in your roles are consulting with the public. For example, Lindsay, with Parks and Rec, and Stephen, they have an advisory board of their own. Obviously, the MPO, has its own structure that Jessica is engaged with. Adam, you're engaged with PTAC. And those are just a couple examples. Becky's with Planning Commission. But I think for people that are trying to understand the context of this work and how you're kind of addressing like that community engagement in multiple ways, we might wonder why you're not consulting with us. Yet I know that you're consulting with a lot of people. So maybe there's a way to put that in just a document that we could share amongst ourselves to know, oh yeah, there's this effort where the Parks and Rec does bicycling education. And I don't know, Stephen, if you guys are doing the drivers education around bicycling, but those things have been in the community for some time, at least in conversation. So I don't know if that would be a heavy lift. It seems like it'd be just taking what you guys said and just trying to jot it down on paper, and then maybe there's some other things you have in mind, like that would be good for us to know for context. So I'm not sure if that's a easy lift. If you could do something like that, I'd appreciate it. I think others might. Maybe you guys already have that. I don't know.
Charlie, it makes me think we had something at one point in time, and I'm not sure if we ever updated it since we started the group in terms of laying out intentions. So it's something we can reflect on at our next month meeting and probably come up with something that we can develop and bring back to you as a staff item at MMTC.
Thank you.
So just quick apologies. I know we're over time on this particular agenda item, but I was wondering, and I don't know if this has been even asked before, but is there any opportunity for kind of two-way engagement between MMTC and the staff multimodal committee? Like, say, if we wanted to stop in on a meeting, for example. I don't know how confidential these things are.
Yeah, I think, these are internal staff meetings working on items, and many of the things that we're working on are things that everything eventually gets brought to some public body. But I'm not sure that it would be appropriate to sit in on some of those internal meetings in that way.
No worries. Figured I'd ask.
That's kind of where I was going with, there's so many different ways the community gets involved in staff work at some point in time. And we're not going to always be the group, So it's important for us to know, like, we're not the only ones that might have to bounce around ideas around transportation issues. I know when the Ped Bike Issues Task Force did its work, we identified so many different advisory committees that did a little, they dabbled a little bit. They had some relevance to the bike ped issues, but in the end, you can't consolidate everything because it might just be an ancillary kind of issue for them. And it's not probably common for them to think, oh yeah, we should probably kick this over to MMTC for some consultation. It might not be very efficient either. But I think it's helpful for us to know, when we're thinking about our work and the work others do that might touch on issues we care about, then maybe we can, attend their meetings if we think, or pay attention to their agenda at least, or agendas. So that's why I threw that out there. Nick, you want to be involved in everything, I'm sure.
I don't know. I think I'm already on Transportation 2050 and probably something else, so it's probably time to cut it. I have one more question. Sorry about this, Jessica. I don't know if I heard when you were, I want to make sure I heard where everybody is involved in. I don't know if I heard fire department or sustainability. Are those two entities involved at all?
Yes, Jessica, I mentioned we have sustainability. We just transitioned their staff people with their recent change in staff. And we do have fire med also. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. Kevin is part of our group and he just wasn't here with us today.
No worries. I kind of figured, just want to make sure that I heard correctly. So that's it for me. Thanks for the presentation and very nice to get to either meet all of you or see you again.
All right. Thank you, MMT or Multimodal staff team. I appreciate you joining us today. You're welcome to stay, of course, but we are going to move on to the next part of our agenda, which is reviewing our previous last year, 2021 MMTC work plan. So I'm going to ask Brad, I think at this point, in the packet for the members who are staying to participate in this conversation, we're going to share a screen. I've created a mural whiteboard that's just a screen share, so you don't have to necessarily pull up the packet. We put together a list from your agendas and the things that were on our work plan of the work that was completed in 2021. We asked members in a survey of which we got 4 responses out of your, at the time, 8 members, recognizing you had a couple new, so it wouldn't probably be that easy for them to respond to what was done well last year, having not participated last year. But that, if you scroll down, I don't know how well you can read this, Brad, might have to make that larger, but I wanted to, if you'll just kind of have to use from your memory, or we can scroll back up if you want to look at something. But we asked you the question, what are two Transportation Commission actions from 2021 that had the most community impact? I think the conversation here is kind of to start the conversation to reflect on the work that you did last year and how people perceived its importance or value in the process. This will lead into some of the next point of conversation. I'll give you that just as a prelude, which is how could those have been improved or process outcome change? And then about information for items as we lead into later in the afternoon. What does that mean for what work we're laying out for 2022? And so I thought it was a little bit fascinating. We put both the first and second choices together because I just really wanted to see kind of how frequently stuff appeared in regards to the choices you kind of had about the work that's there. And so we can kind of read through those. You can see the transit facility, the 5-year bike ped plan, East 19th Street, the Lawrence Loop, another East 19th Street, another transit center, school area traffic control, and Wakarusa Drive. So there's, there's 5 different projects, policies or projects that you kind of see come to the top in terms of that. So it'd give you an opportunity to talk about those, about why I think a little rationale maybe about if you answered which ones you said. If you didn't have a chance to answer, we have some sticky note options and Brad can record and kind of add those to the board as we think about the value of the decisions and conversation and work that you're doing.
So as the chair, I don't want to necessarily start off. I want to toss it to somebody who. So I think I'd like to start with Pat, actually, because Pat, you had a full year as the chair, and that's your only experience on MMTC, which is kind of a wild ride. So
exactly.
I'd be interested to hear what your thoughts were. Just maybe, share some of those.
Sure. Well, one of mine on that list was the recommended preferred concept for the multimodal transfer facilities. And, one of the reasons I put that on the list is that because it really brought together we weren't just talking about the transit facilities, but a lot of the discussion was around the bike ped accommodation around those facilities. So not only, desired placement, but also characteristics of those transfer centers that would serve bike ped. And we often talk in the group about, how, getting more modes, considering more modes within multimodal than we do, but a lot of our emphasis is on bike ped. And this really kind of represented an opportunity that we had to really look at it holistically. And then the second one that I included was the 5-year plan for non-motorized projects, and particularly the part of it that I thought the community impact, and this wasn't the only one that this came up with, but the additional focus on equity for prioritization. And we had a lot of discussion throughout the year in terms of adding equity to the equation. And so that came up in the school area traffic management plan and how to increase that, and planning and MSO have really helped to do a lot of work in that area to get measures incorporated into those models that would help us look at the work and are we really addressing equity in our decisions. So I felt like those two were really important. And I think with community impact. I mean, a lot of the things that we did were important, but I think the community impact element of that really stood out for me.
Yeah, I did not select those, but after hearing your explanation, it makes a ton of sense, especially the 5-year plan, because it's something that's been going on for a few years now. But adding this new dimension of equity means that we really are trying to impact the the community as best as we can by including more of the community in the discussions, which is important. And that's not something we necessarily do for every agenda item. So yeah, I would definitely agree with your assessment there. Jessica, a quick point of logistics in order. Is this like a regular meeting where we have to announce who we are every time we talk?
Nick, yeah, we didn't go through those guidelines at the beginning of the meeting, but I think it's good practice in terms of the fact that we may have people watching or phoning in for whatever intent for participation today. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, I noticed you doing it. Thought, oh, am I forgetting something? So, Nick Kuzmiak, Chair Mmtc. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, I guess if you're comfortable sharing, whoever also put multimodal transfer facilities, I'd be curious to hear about that. That's with me. I don't think it was me.
This is Charlie Bryan, Mmtc. I don't remember what I put down, and these all look pretty reasonable. I appreciate the call out for the addition of equity in that prioritization work. I think that was, when we talked about our goals for last year at our last year's retreat, I kind of remember that was a big deal. We wanted to be more intentional about addressing equity, and staff began inserting an equity statement inside their memos. I think that's probably worth kind of pointing out and, continuing to kind of think about how we're doing that intentionally. So I can't remember what I said. I might have done the transfer facility because that I thought was a pretty big issue for our community. And then maybe the Wakarusa Drive one. What were you wanting to hear, Nick?
I mean, that's basically it. As long as you can kind of comment on what you thought was important, basically provide more information compared to what we see.
Well, I kind of looked at it as, these are really significant investments that we're making in the community. I know Wakarusa Drive has been several years in the making, but what was different this time was I think we had done the reconstruction north of this new location, and things have changed. And so that was a bit of a challenge to think, what's the right way to, reconstruct this road that, kind of meets our new way of thinking about trying to encourage comfort and bikeability in particular for people that are reluctant to ride on roads. And, this whole notion of, should you have a bike lane on a road that has a speed limit of 45 miles an hour? The next time the northern sections of that road are reconstructed, there will be probably a different way to do that. I think the size of those projects is what made me probably think of them as the more significant ones. The one thing I noticed in just reflecting on the full list here is you can kind of see bicycling in here, but it doesn't seem as explicit as I wish we could see in our work. And so that just gives me, kind of take pause with that. Like when I heard Damon talk a little earlier, about crossing 6th Street 4 times a day. I mean, it's like, this is a significant concern for a lot of our community. And the most we seem to touch on bicycle safety is when we discuss about our projects, how the funding gets moved. And I just wonder, is there anything else we need to be thinking about, maybe policy related around bicycling safety? And then the other thing that I think has always felt a little bit amiss is, the transfer facilities on there, but in the bigger picture of multimodal, I don't see how we're moving the needle on changing the mode share. So I'm not sure how to make that a higher priority for this year, but it feels like it's always kind of the larger picture, because you want more people to feel like taking a a different way of getting around the community that's convenient for them, safe, and they're more likely to choose that than choose the automobile. The other piece that's not here, Nick, you probably wanted to put this on there, but just forgot it, is the collaboration with the Planning Commission.
I think so, but I also think that I actually was reading over this earlier and I thought, you know, I know that we did meet with them twice over the last few years, but compared to our 2021 work plan, I think we're barely scratching the surface, unfortunately, because I think they're too busy to really devote too much time to collaborating with us. And we may not really be as versed in planning as we would like to be able to hang with them. So I think that's still a work in progress, and I'm not sure I'm fully with the I guess the implication that has been particularly impactful yet. Is going to be, because it's a huge piece of the puzzle, but I'm not sure we're there just yet. And I don't really know how to get there.
Well, this is probably too technical of an answer, but if there's a traffic impact study, it feels like, to me at least, that there's relevance suddenly, you know, and we're not even presented with that information. So I don't know how to change that process, but it would seem reasonable to me that we would have a chance to review any of those studies that look at development proposals and their impact on transportation.
I'd really like to table that for the 2022 work plan, if that's all right, because I think it's worthy of more discussion.
Yeah.
I would just like to add one more comment about the Planning Commission. And we did have a study session on the Planning Commission, but I feel like, and there were some ideas kicked around as far as ways, and it was, as I recall, I didn't go back and look at the notes, but as I recall, it was, you know, getting more information from them. But I don't feel like anything really changed. You know, we had that study session, but you know, nothing changed. We didn't interact with them at all after that, other than through staff, you know, and getting feedback through staff about what maybe the Planning Commission was involved with. But yeah, I didn't feel like that really got us very far in terms of making changes.
Hey, Kuzmak, MMTC. Jessica, I want to check back in with you for this 12:45 to 1:30 session. Is this basically the content that we're working with? Because I feel like we're really on a roll, but I want to make sure that we don't shortchange whatever else is on for this agenda item.
Yeah, no, thank you, Nick, Jessica, Mortinger. This is what we had planned. We kind of divided them in two. It's hard to know which part was going to be the larger discussion. Again, there's only 5 of you, 4 of which can reflect on last year's work, really, kind of. I mean, and so we don't know. It's hard. We laid this out. So I think if you feel like we have adequately kind of reviewed what we intended to here, which is everybody's had their chance to talk about some of the rationale for why they identified what had community impact, then it really does lead us into the next part of the conversation, which is the next question, which are what are MMTC actions that could have been improved or process outcomes improved. So I'm okay if you all are okay wanting to move on, but I want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to talk about things. Maybe, I don't know, Althea, if you just saw that list, if you would have thought something would have maybe had more importance, if that also would just, your perspective of that would add to a different perspective to the conversation of having seen that list, what would you maybe have thought, not knowing what everybody said was important or why, but is there something in there you would have thought would have had more importance or not? Or I'm happy to do whatever is appropriate.
Now, honestly, in this list, there's things I didn't even know had happened, like the transfer facility. And so just learning about some of this was a little bit of surprise. So I think maybe there wasn't as much impact as was noticed by the community, but these are all big plans, especially the Lawrence Loop, which has been on this 20-year process, it seems like. You know, that things are getting done in increments for sure. And promises that were made years ago are starting to finally come all the way through.
This is Charlie Bryan, MMTC. I see your comment there in the chat, Nick. but before you call out Damon, I wanted to, I might have put down the East 19th Street. And what I'm thinking is what was so significant about that project was the level of community engagement. And that was, you know, more than a year of, I mean, I don't know how many years really. It was probably one of our first efforts to find some kind of significant reason to present to the city commission that they need to reconsider kind of what staff were proposing. I mean, we've done that in the past, but it felt to me like that was a little bigger of a deal. We really took a side that was more consistent with the community input in pushing back on, you know, the width of a road in particular. So it probably was really frustrating for staff, but I feel like we showed, you know, kind of how our role, I guess I feel like our role was probably useful. I'd be really curious if the city commissioners at the time felt like we helped them with that decision, because it was a difficult one, given how much public involvement there was in kind of negotiating that one. So that's all I have.
Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc Chair. Thanks for bringing that up. That actually covers the other items I mentioned. That's exactly what I wanted to say, is that it's not so much that the street itself was significant, it's that the way we went about it was unusual. And it was kind of a new precedent for how, you know, staff and city commissioners and Mmtc and the public can all work together to kind of find somewhere in the middle. I mean, even the fire department was involved and the consultant. I mean, there were 6 different entities working on this. And I thought that was a particularly good example of this kind of, you know, if a project's going to be long and drawn out, let's at least use the time wisely to get all the right input to make sure that we make that benefits everybody at least a little bit, right? So, yeah, I fully agree with you on that one. Damon, if you had anything to input, I'd love to hear from you, and if not, we can always go on to the improvement section.
Yeah, this is Damon. I think I put down the Lawrence Loop, Iowa to Michigan, and although I wasn't part of, you know, that discussion or that project, but, you know, anything loop related, you know, I just think the loop is a great resource to a whole lot of folks, very well traveled, you know, path. And it's one of like the very few car-free experiences you can even have here in Lawrence. You know, it's either the loop or the levee. And I don't have kids, but, you know, if I did, I would imagine that would be the spot that I would almost have to go to, you know, teach them to ride. And, you know, I have a partner that's not as comfortable riding and, you know, Shero type streets. So it's one of the few options I have, you know, to even get out and bike with her. So, I mean, that one's really important to me, and I know to a lot of folks. So.
Okay, well, Jessica, I suggest we go on to the improvements. I think we did pretty good covering all these.
And I think it really starts to hone in the discussion. I heard some tips and bits of things I think that we should hear in terms of the next section. I'll ask Brad to move to the section of the screen that's the questions are of the responses to the question that was asked, which is, what are the 2 MMTC actions from 2021 that could have been improved either in process or outcome? Again, we provided a list to MMTC members of all of the agenda item topics that were from the 2021 agendas. And we asked you which action it was, and then to give a little feedback. And so we can maybe make that, I don't know if you can read that. If not, we can make that a little bit bigger. Okay. But I'll just kind of scroll through here a little bit, list some of these things. And then if you want an opportunity, let's talk a little bit about those. I think the idea behind identifying why you felt what could have been improved either in process and outcome is to identify some things, maybe strategies or issues that we want to approach to improve those things, right? And to understand what your perspective is and coming from that angle in terms of both staff working on these items, but maybe also transportation commissioners as well. Okay. So the first on the list, feedback on the neighborhood traffic management program pilot study documents, additional measures that include equity. We hear that we've heard that, and we can talk about that a little bit more, particularly in regard to school area traffic control policy in terms of new process or opportunities. Adult crossing guard relocation did not adequately address budget questions. We had sustainability on here in terms of climate action plan discussion. 2021-22 street maintenance program, not on the list, but clarify the responsibilities of MMTC versus staff. Do we wade into staff responsibilities inadvertently? Complete approval of policy documents on signalized and non-signalized intersections, as well as bike lane markings. So that process. KDOT improvements to SLT brought in fairly late in process, and we're surprised by KDOT. Concept design for Walkability to drive reconstruction. I just don't think the shared use paths are the best way forward. So someone was dissatisfied with the indecision that MMTC had made. So those are the things that the 4 respondees had submitted of membership. Again, remember that there may be other responses to that, but that kind of start the conversation. We can go through those item by item or however you want to start, but we probably should kind of talk about each of those. So maybe you want to start at the top of the list and talk about that? Okay, let's do it that way. It'll be really formulaic. Okay, so at the very, very top, feedback on neighborhood traffic management program pilot draft study documents. So does anybody want to talk about, you don't have to be the person who submitted this, although you can be, about how you felt that process could have been improved either in process or outcome?
Is it possible that whoever did this is not on the call currently?
Yes, that is possible.
Okay.
So we can leave them if nobody has any other additional thoughts to it. So just give it a second if nobody has anything.
This is Charlie Bryan. So just to clarify, we're talking about which draft documents, I guess I'm trying to get clear. Is this for the work that was done in Old West Lawrence neighborhood, or is this the report on the Safe Neighborhood Speeds campaign? Or is that all the same?
Dustin, does one of those mean something to you in terms of which one you think that might be in reference to?
Yeah, so the pilot study would be the Old West Lawrence traffic calming project, and I believe this is probably referencing, we brought the application to the group before we put the application out to the neighborhoods.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that was a pilot, and it was in part process of learning. So in my mind, a lot of that from my perspective, our role was to reflect on it, try to give you guys feedback before you jumped in feet first. And, bless you for everything you've done, because it feels like you probably learned a lot. And maybe there's work that we need to continue to do around the kind of the policy perspective about how that program gets carried forth. But it does seem, I don't know, I felt pretty satisfied. I don't know. I'm not sure what about that was, maybe the outcome in the end felt disappointing, but at the time we had to decide on this, to me, it felt like everything looked up and up. There's some communication issues. I think this would be a great one to bring back to us to think about what are the improvement suggestions you guys have. I think we've had some dialogue about that. I know I had some ideas I shared at some point.
And I believe that is a topic, not necessarily reflecting on the other one, but correct me if I'm wrong, in the packet, we talk about the 2022 neighborhood traffic management work plan recommendations as a future item. Mm-hmm. So that's in your regular meeting agenda items. So I think we hear that though, in terms of seeing that, and I would expect that that will be part of the conversation. Because I think you're right, there have been lessons learned about our pilot into neighborhood traffic management.
I'll just say it's better than what we were doing, you know. Well, with putting in a speed cushion here or there, having all, I mean, it just felt like that wasn't a very comprehensive way to address the issues. And I don't know, did we pass the 25-mile-an-hour speed limit thing? That was 2021. No one called that out as an accomplishment.
This is Pat Flett, MMTC commissioner. I think that happened in 2020, at the end of 2020, because when I came on, that was already going, and then we moved to the to the discussion of the pilot, and like you said, it's a pilot, and there were lots of lessons learned, and it'll be good guidance for future efforts. And I mean, the communication part of it, equity part of it, community engagement, because it seemed like in Old West Lawrence, it seemed like, and I don't know what the extent of that was, that there was lots of community engagement, but certainly if you followed the comments on LJ World, it wasn't, people took ownership of it, whether they lived in that neighborhood or not. So, that's probably good to reflect on in terms of, the perception of, the impact for the community at large.
Nick Kuzmiak, Chair, MMTC. That echoes something that is kind of a common theme, and I don't really think fits into a single agenda item that we can have as a bullet point here, but it's something that I feel like as we've gotten a little bit more progressive and bold, both on MMTC side and on staff side, with solutions that we put forward, I feel like we're kind of running into more and more public opposition. It's always hard to tell if this is a extremely loud minority of people, or maybe there actually is a silent majority of people who just don't like stuff. And I realize with some of these decisions, they fall into the camp of, for example, the adult crossing guard relocation is something I put down. I did not do a great job of looking into all the aspects of that. And then when it was finally published in the paper, I realized I did not look into the budget, and I feel kind of silly about not doing that. But then other decisions like the neighborhood traffic management pilot program, it caused some discomfort, but I feel like it was the right move. And even though it was a pilot, it can be changed, but it's a step in the right direction for that kind of mode shift that we keep talking about. I mean, we're trying to improve these metrics in T2050 or 2040 at the time, and it all kind of aligns with that. So I guess what I'm wondering is, do we as a commission feel like it's okay to keep forging ahead despite opposition if we feel that what we're doing is correct? Or do we always want to get some kind of approval to make sure that we don't have an unhappy public,
Were you looking for answers, Nick?
Any reflection? and if that's a lot, we can always hold that off till later or some other time.
Yeah, it probably needs to be held off. I know our agenda is tight right now, but this is Charlie Bryan. So my initial reaction is we definitely cannot give up on this. This is, for all the years I've been involved, this community cares a lot about safety of their streets and their neighborhoods. And, we got to do more than put in speed bumps, and we got to do a really good job of engaging the neighborhood in changes that they're going to have to deal with if we're trying to make their neighborhood safer. So we're making progress. I think community engagement is improved. That's why you're getting, more on both sides, good and bad.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that most part, staff and MMTC together, we do have some, useful and progressive solutions that are moving the needle on this. And I, for one, don't think that we should let a couple of particularly loud opponents sway us. I mean, perhaps that's bold, but it's one of those things where, like Henry Ford said, for all his faults and foibles, he was kind of right in one way. I think he said, like, if I'd asked the public what they wanted, transportation, they would have said a faster horse. Nobody could have envisioned a car. So I think it's one of those things. Sometimes when you have a different vantage point, you can see the solution a little differently than those who are just kind of involved tangentially. So that's my conviction, at least. But so we go on to the other bullet points at the risk of running over in time here.
Yeah, You're fine. We have till 2:30, so please don't feel rushed. And at some point, we might want to take a break because remember, we've moved from the 1:30 to 2:30 discussion. That's really about the discussion of the meat of this. So please don't feel rushed. I think the key to this here is just making sure that we have an opportunity to chat about all the things that we've heard or that you want to talk about in terms of improvements, and then kind of understand where the discussion is going to go next. So with that item, in the sense of saying, we recognize that it's on your future meetings list. That should be something that you can expect to see in part of the work plan that we talk about later this afternoon. So hopefully that's satisfactory kind of for that issue. I do agree. We're not going to vet all of these issues right now, but we do want to make sure if they are significant that they have a place in a conversation for a future item. Does that feel comfortable?
Nick Kuzmiak, I'm MTC chair. Thank you for reminding me. I was confused on the schedule. For some reason, I thought both the pros and the cons were on the same item until 1:30, but no, we got plenty of time. So, okay.
We're good.
That makes me feel a lot better.
Okay.
So
at that point, if we want to if we want to go on to one more item, and then after that item, maybe take a break, give everybody a break. You've been sitting at that point for an hour and a half. That kind of feels comfortable. If that sounds okay, we'll talk about one more item and then do that. Is that all right?
Yeah. So whose item was the equity one?
Okay. Equity is next. A couple of you have talked about it. But in relation to specifically equity being developed as part of school area traffic control and looking for more opportunities or ways to enhance the process. Do we want to talk about that?
This is Pat Collette. This was mine again. And, I think we did make a lot of progress in that way in 2021. And, I just wanted to emphasize, looking for additional ways for it to be more explicit and, and being clear in our decisions, how where it's appropriate that's been considered. So it's it kind of tags on to what I said, that had the most community impact, but that continuing that effort and looking for ways to maybe be even more sophisticated about it in the future.
So, and on the list, I would say there's probably many things, right? Because they have equity impact statements. That's while it's not its own separate set aside topic, there is work identified on the futures agendas list that will include equity, particularly the component of updating the non-motorized prioritization policy. So that's on our radar, and I believe it will be part of many conversations. Is there anything else anybody would like to add to that at this point before we take a break?
Excuse me, I can MTC chair. I, for one, would add that I'm really glad to see the equity statement on the agenda. I mean, it's not perfect, but I think we are moving in the right direction. It's like seeing the fiscal impact statement, or if we had one, an environmental statement, stuff like that to kind of let us know that there are more dimensions to this than just, throughput and direct safety.
Charlie, Pat, were you going to go?
No, go ahead.
Charlie Bryan, MMTC. I think, so I know we kind of made this commitment last year to try to further this focus on equity. And I don't know where the city's work is really around addressing equity, but I know staff have been hired, or I think the director and then a coordinator, not totally sure, but I'd be really curious how they're being integrated into, or if they can be integrated into the multimodal staff team, and or maybe there's just some particular projects like the review of the non-motorized traffic prioritization policy. Is there a way to make that a little more sort of essential to some of our work that we see coming in front of us this year? It would just get us a little bit more familiar, maybe, with how the city is thinking about equity and how it plays out in decision making. And then the other interest I'd have is how do we as a commission become more versed in the equity kind of perspective that the city might have, in terms of is there training that the city offers that we should be availing ourselves of our advisory committees even being considered when it comes to training. I assume there's some level of staff training or interest in that, but it would seem also that advisory committees, maybe not all of them immediately, but I'd be willing to, push for us to be a volunteer in that effort if there's interest, like thinking about training different advisory committees. I think that'd be something we could really appreciate.
Okay. And this is Jessica Mortinger. For a point of reference, Charlie, just for your information, as staff are working on many of those items, it's been a staffing issue because there's only been one equity position at the city, but the expectation is through the efforts of the strategic plan that it really is the responsibility of all the staff to work on behalf of the initiatives, which includes an outcome around equity in the strategic plan. And so we have as staff taken, when we have things like school area traffic control, or when we have things like even the previous prioritization for sidewalk improvement program since Faharis Mohammed has been here, we have taken and run many of those programs, policies, and project ideas and formation in consultation with him and in regard to some national tools that are available, particularly one from the Governmental Alliance on Racial Equity about decision making. It's part of the conversation that the subcommittee around equity had in terms of how some of those tools exist and how the larger city structure is going to incorporate some of that equity conversation, because some of that belongs, in the budget process and other processes outside of MMTC role. But I think that's going to be continued conversation, and we will, now that there is additional staffing in that department, inquire with them about their possible role on the staff team.
Okay. I know that's always a challenge. Any organization is trying to make that kind of adjustment. It does take staff to really see those priorities through. So I don't know the timing wise, like when or if training would ever be available. If it's not something that is coming quickly with from like the city side of it, maybe there's just a way we can just kind of put ourselves in that space to try to be more intentional about learning about equity. I don't know if that's just a matter of putting more study session topics related to equity, or if there's anything else we can do. But if there were a committee that were to focus on equity this year, I'd be interested in being on such a committee. I'd also kind of want to think about, like, how do we become a little more tuned into equity issues that the community is surfacing. So if there were maybe a committee that had some additional representation from the public, that might be a fruitful kind of way to move this idea forward. And I'm thinking a little bit about the unified command decision that was made around the pandemic to institute an equity impact advisors committee. And those equity impact advisors were embedded in each of the branches of the unified command, and were especially critical with the vaccination efforts that we did. So, some of it's just resources. You got to find people willing to do that kind of work. And, but I think it would be fruitful for us. We'd probably all learn a lot from trying to be really intentional about engaging people that may not be ready to jump on the board or be on the commission, but they might be willing to serve in some kind of consulting role or training. So just some of my ideas.
Thank you, Charlie.
Is there any, I'm sorry, just to think about being realistic here, is there any funding that could be available to help with like trying to bring on board equity impact advisors if we wanted to do something like that?
Is there currently, Jessica Mortinger, there is currently none that I know of. But that could be a continued conversation, I think, in terms of city initiatives. I know that public health at one point, and part of that conversation was exploring even compensation for representation and what that looks like in compensating people in public processes that are underrepresented. I don't know where that's going in the community, though. I haven't heard any updates since I've just seen kind of some draft compensation documentation. So I think it's probably a continued conversation, especially internally at the city organization, in terms of representing people in the process that are typically underrepresented. It's one of the core values of the International Association of Public Participation, or IAP2, which the city has invested significant resources in training staff, and the expectation that staff would be IAP2 certified to do more robust engagement. And I think that's probably a result of, Charlie, your reflection earlier about how the role of engagement has changed or intensified in some of the processes you've probably seen recently, is some of that role. Internally, I think in the longer term, there's some documents that have come out of that process that will lead to internal reflection of how some of those processes are led. So I think that's on the table. I'm not sure what your role in some of that conversation may or may not be in terms of just where it's at. But I'm aware of some of those things. So I don't know if that helps. I think it's going to have to be a continued part of the conversation as we talk about, we've amplified some voices, but are we amplifying the right voices, or a good enough diverse representation of all the voices to understand issues?
Charlie Bryant, Mmtc. Is the timing appropriate for us to try to bring a proposal before the commission, the city commission, to request funding to start something that might be thought of as a pilot around hiring equity impact advisors that we could consult with on our decisions?
Jessica Moringer. I don't know enough about what's in process with all of the positions around community engagement for what is planned, or the roles of within the diversity, equity, and inclusion office. So I would want to follow up to understand kind of what that work plan is, and you know what I mean, in terms of maybe they already have something envisioned in that realm. I don't know that, but maybe that would be I wrote down as part of this conversation, consider additional equity study session. And I think some of that might be education. Some of that may be opportunities to just even engage with Dr. Faris Muhammad additionally. And I think we would need to do that for me to understand kind of how that role fits, how our engagement around public engagement for transportation fits into some of the larger work that's happening around equity.
Okay.
Does that sound like a good approach? I mean,
yeah, I mean, it's just always about patience and, trying to balance when's the right time to be asking for things. And, I know, especially, given the newness of the staff positions in the city, I don't want to jump ahead of anybody's efforts, so but I also recognize how critical the equity impact advisors were during our pandemic response. And so it seems like I don't want to be too simplistic, but it seemed like mostly you're gathering people that are willing to provide another perspective that, I think in most cases was helpful. So it's not that complicated. So then it's a matter of, are we asking people to volunteer to do this, or are we willing to actually compensate them? And maybe that's a secondary issue. Maybe there's a way just to get started by saying, hey, if we can't find people to join the commission itself, and with that commitment really, then how do we just find some volunteers to serve as an advisor to us? I'm just trying to be creative and think about what are the next steps we can take that are within our, scope of control, I guess, that aren't where we're not just sitting by waiting for.
Sure.
others to do that work. Because I feel like, this is work we all have to do, and we're probably not going to get it right. But what's wrong is to just sit around. So we've got to do more than be bystanders, if that makes sense. I mean, it's part of how I think about our equity efforts in the community. Is often in the past we've felt like being a bystander was okay, but nowadays you have to be much more focused on trying to do something about inequities. They aren't going to resolve themselves, especially if we're the ones perpetuating them, and whether we know that or realize it or not. So I'd love to hear others' thoughts on this.
This is Pat Collette, Commissioner. As an interim step, I wonder if there are some examples in peer communities, or maybe not even peer communities, maybe more progressive communities, for some online resources, in terms of processes that they have in place, or online training kinds of opportunities that we could at least get started with. I mean, the suggestions you've made, Charlie, I think are really good ones, and do need to be specific to Lawrence, but perhaps some of those external resources might help educate us a little bit more in that direction. If they exist, I kind of think they probably do, but I haven't looked specifically for those.
Excuse me, MMTC chair. I would say in addition to training, we could take advantage of some of our open study sessions. At this point, there's not a lot planned for the rest of the year, and maybe really use them as kind of a study thing. So perhaps having homework that would be reading up on a couple of selected articles, whether they be scholarly or more accessible, about kind of past case studies of, bad examples of equity in transportation, right? Like, for example, how highways were put through, minority neighborhoods in the 60s, or, something more along those lines, just so at least we're all starting with the same just historical information, the best that we can find, and maybe read a couple of articles prior to the meeting and then discuss it over the course of the study session. I mean, it's not probably as directly useful as training, but at least it can help fill in some of the background of information, and it's something that we can do ourselves in the meantime. So just throwing that out there.
All right.
Yeah.
So I have written down, and I think we would then probably from this conversation consider a couple things. One, I think follow up with future study session topics around equity, whether that be exploring equity impact advisors. What does that look like in terms of volunteers versus compensation? Examples of programmatic for equity and representation, maybe on MMTC, maybe that means in engagement. Voices, for public engagement, and then additional resources or examples to train members, and looking at maybe that's like transportation equity best practices. So those are the types of the three kind of conversations I have under equity in terms of study session items. Does that feel okay as a next step? Okay. All right. Does anyone else have anything to add to this conversation about equity? If not, I propose we take a 5 minutes, 10 minutes. How long do you need?
Till 2:50 maybe, or sorry, 1:50.
Okay, it's 1:50. Yeah, till 1:50. Okay, we'll turn off our video for a second. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Sounds
at
good.
1:50. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm back.
All right.
I don't know if anybody else does yet.
All right. So we're welcoming people back. Are we ready to resume on the list of discussions where we were at, which is MMTC actions from 2021 that could have been improved either in process or outcome? And Brad has pulled up for us the screen of the responses. We have talked about neighborhood traffic management and equity. Next on the list is adult crossing guard relocation. Did not adequately address budget questions. Nick, you mentioned that's yours. You want to talk a little more about that?
Yeah, so Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC chair. This was something that just didn't sit particularly well with me because I didn't realize the extent to which I didn't understand the full situation until I started reading sort of, I guess, negative comments on social media and traditional media. And I think the issue kind of came down to, I didn't necessarily understand the full budget implications that it seemed during our talks that we were trying to save money on the crossing guards, but it wasn't necessarily clear why or how much or what the drivers were. And it wasn't until there was a whole bunch of outcry, and again, not sure if it's a vocal minority or what, that I was like, wait, did this actually save money? Was it necessary? Could we have kept a couple more guards? And I think this is mostly on me in that I just didn't have enough information. As I looked through the old agenda, it was on March of 2021. I realized that the financial, or I guess the fiscal impact statement was basically just unapplicable. So I think maybe that could have been done a little bit more in detail, so I could have had more information up front. And again, this is mostly on me. This is stuff I could and should have asked for up front if it had mattered. I just didn't realize how much it mattered until the aftermath. So I don't know if this is necessarily something that needs to be kind of a long drawn out discussion simply because things aren't trending in the right direction. We know more about the fiscal impacts of our decisions these days. And I think now that staff has made it clear that we should probably be asking for more information up front, I'm not particularly worried about this being repeated in the future, at least not from.
Okay. Anyone else have any other thoughts about that?
Charlie Bryan, MMTC. I do remember in our discussion trying to, I know I was curious about what the funding for that position, how it was going to be used or if it was already budgeted. But I agree with you, Nick, it didn't seem entirely clear. I just remember having some questions about it because I was assuming the position was already funded. And so, I don't know. It's not really our decision about how much money gets put aside for the crossing guard budget, but it does seem, I don't know, interesting to think about. That is the investment of that program meeting the needs the community has, and primarily that's about getting kids safely to school. And is that kind of like the neighborhood traffic management? Is there a need to be more, to think broader about what funding is needed to support that goal? And are crossing guards the only intervention that can be used to support the goal? There was discussion a while ago, and I'm assuming on the current Safe Routes group, there's probably discussion about these different ideas, but there are, in some communities, coordinators at schools that are responsible for essentially putting together walking school buses. And so essentially that's a supervised walk to school program. Kids have a schedule of when they get picked up by typically like a volunteer who makes schedule just like a regular bus would. And as they assemble this long group of kids, you know, they walk them all to school. And so you have kind of a crossing guard type of a person built into that process, because, you know, they're going to help ensure that traffic sees what's happening and that the kids know what's going on before they start to cross streets. The benefit is they then are able to help them across multiple streets. So I've always thought that's probably a better use of $100,000 in a budget. You know, it might also provide more flexibility. And if you thought every school deserves a, you know, coordinator, $10,000 per person per year, I don't know, that's probably too much money, but like, what's the cost? I think Columbia, Missouri is the one that had done this really well with an organization called PedNet that brought a lot of attention to, you know, their success around safe routes to school because of that program in particular. And it got a lot of attention by the real estate industry in that community because they marketed it as part of what makes their community attractive. Just like, you know, people talk about neighborhood schools being attractive for Lawrence, but imagine if we had neighborhood schools and really robust walking school buses. Who doesn't delight in seeing a bunch of kids walking to school in the morning, right? So, and as a parent, I would be more comfortable sending my, you know, when my kids were younger, I'd be really comfortable saying, hey, you know, yeah, you can join the walking school bus. And I trust that the program is supervised properly and the volunteers involved are trained. And I kind of think in my mind, like maybe that's a better way to help kids cross multiple streets on their way to school. So, and I don't know if that even is there's an option to have that kind of discussion because it feels like the adult crossing guard program is so kind of stuck in the way it always has been that there's not a lot of opportunity to reconsider what's the best way to deploy, you know, $100,000 or whatever the budget might be to ensure safety for our kids that are walking to school.
Do you have any other discussion on adult crossing guards, or I think those are pretty good points that we should keep in mind for the next time of in our agenda. But is there anything else that we wanted to discuss before we move on to the sustainability one? I'm honestly pretty interested in that bullet point.
Okay.
Oh, this is Damon. I'll jump in. This next one was mine, and I'd only joined on in October, so I didn't have a lot to pick from. But the sustainability, when Jasmine Moore came and presented, you know, I think the draft, or maybe it was just the process for putting together the climate action plan. But yeah, I know there wasn't like really a concrete action that we're kind of working towards on that one, but you know, since I have joined, I feel like we do lack some measurable goals, you know, that we're shooting for on this commission. And I think sustainability is a focus that has a lot of different metrics, you know, that we could be keeping track of and, you know, targets to aim for and aspire to. And again, I know we didn't really have that in mind for that meeting, but you know, I just look back at that discussion as being, you know, not as robust as I think that was my first meeting too. So I'm probably at fault for not chiming in, but.
Kuzmiak, Mmtc Chair. Thanks for your input on that. I was really curious to see who would come up with this one. I kind of assumed it was Charlie, but I was off. The reason I was curious about this one is because I also felt like there wasn't really much of an action item for us. And I think because of that, I wasn't really sure how to engage. It really felt like just an informational meeting. And I kind of lump it in with the presentation of the the strategic plan from Craig Owens, in that it's like, thank you for the information. I'm not sure what you're asking of us, just that you're telling us that this exists. It didn't feel like there was much of an opportunity for engagement, honestly. And perhaps that's where the missing piece was, that we could have pushed for more engagement and say, how, you know, like you're saying, how can we help you, right? Even if they didn't come out and say that. So I don't know. In the future, when we receive these kind of presentations, would it be a good practice to have that as sort of a stock question, maybe, and say, all right, great, how can we help you? Is there anything that you want from us? Maybe try to draw it out of them, because otherwise I feel kind of shiftless, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
This is Pat Collette, Commissioner. You know, I think that can be said of a lot of our study sessions, you know, and I think that, or at least with my experience, and maybe that's my fault as chair, but I think maybe setting up the expectation for the presenter ahead of time, you know, to present us with, you know, some expectations or, you know, some measurable step or some steps that we can take going forward, you know, based on their knowledge in their area and how, you know, how MMTC might further those goals. But, you know, not hitting them with the question at the study session, but giving them a chance to reflect on it and come to the meeting with the expectation of having that kind of a discussion. I mean, certainly the information is important because a lot of times it's presenting us with some things that we didn't know, but leaving a portion of the study session for that kind of a discussion, but programmed in up front.
That sounds like a potential good action item for myself and Damon in the future to kind of make sure that we talk about that during our agenda planning meetings with Dave. So, yeah, thanks for the discussion there.
Jessica Mortinger, it also sounds like it may be appropriate to add an update or an additional conversation with the change in staff, and as that process progresses, where they're at in that process, that there could be an opportunity to invite them back and take that opportunity to re-engage in that conversation this year as that plan is being developed.
That's a really good idea. And that's sort of what happened in 2019, I think, when Jasmine had just recently started. She came to our retreat, kind of introduced herself, and here's what's going on, here's what I want to work on. So yeah, I think this is a pretty great opportunity to get a second chance with the next sustainability director.
All right, next on the list, 2021-22 street maintenance program and feedback on bikeway improvements. So somebody said this could be improved or in process or outcome. Who had this and what do you want to talk about? Again, it's possible that could have been somebody not here. So if anybody doesn't have anything, we can continue to move on.
Yeah, I don't think it's specific enough for me to really feel one way or another on it. So.
Okay. Well, again, that will be a list on the action this year. Again, it's an annual program, so there will be an opportunity to talk about that. Next on the list is clarify MMTC versus staff. Do we wade into staff responsibilities inadvertently?
This is Pat Collette. This was my item, and you know, just by way of, you know, thinking about some of our discussions during the meeting, and you know, sometimes felt like we were maybe getting into the weeds more than expected, or maybe, you know, more than staff was expecting. I'm not sure. You know, I did get a little bit of that feedback, and so I think, you know, just like, you know, there are some differences in responsibility, and I think maybe understanding those expectations a little bit more clearly up front would benefit the discussions within our meetings, and maybe help to manage those meetings a little bit better, you know, in terms of what it is that we're actually responsible for doing and which things are the staff actually responsible for doing.
Hey, Kuzmiak, MMTC chair. I'll just jump in and take a fairly full responsibility for that. I can understand that as somebody who is technically minded in my day-to-day job, it's kind of hard for me to break away from that sometimes, especially when I feel like the longer I'm on here and the more experience I have with the various terms and practices and policies, it's much easier to engage on level, it's been very helpful to kind of get the reminder that staff is here to help and that we can ask before the meeting. So I'm personally going to set a goal for 2022 to do a lot better at asking for technical information up front. So if it doesn't matter, I can give my answer and we can move on. But if it does matter, we can bring it up for discussion. So yeah, that's an ongoing goal for mine, and I appreciate that you recognize that as kind of a general goal as well. So fully agree there.
And I don't think that, I mean, we all may not be quite clear on that, in terms of, separating the policy and more on the policy side, more, that kind of direction and the kind of decisions that we should be making. But like you say, Nick, we do need some of that technical information, but that can be things that we can get in advance so that doesn't bog down the meeting too much, that that we're actually able to move forward on our agenda and get more accomplished as a result of that. I don't think it's just you. I think we all, and the discussion is interesting, and we get involved in that, and and then it takes up a lot of time. But
I appreciate your charitable description of it being interesting. I realize for some folks that certain nitty-gritty details are probably like, I really don't care what this means, honestly. As long as we get it done and we get the correct users involved, good enough, right? So yeah, I can understand, but thank you for the additional details. Charlie, looked like you're about to jump in there.
Charlie Bryan, MMTC. So this is always a moving target in my mind. Like the work that we do is different today than it was when this group started. So I think, there used to be a role that, like one of the predecessors of this commission was the Traffic Safety Commission. And so they really did sort of they were the final step of a staff process that led to then the recommendation to the city commission around putting in speed control devices like, speed humps and such. So we didn't want to deal with that. We wanted to think more broadly around policies and let staff just handle that. And, I think that was the right move. So I think this is one we're just going to always probably step on someone's toes on occasion, and we have to back out and just be gracious with each other. For me, the more important thing is to recognize how we fit into the broader process of allowing staff to engage with the public in a reasonable way that doesn't derail their process too much, but prepares the way for the city commission to make its decisions. And we create a space for that public process. And it's a preview of what might then go before the city commission. So sometimes the public gets in the weeds. And so when we get in the weeds, I think we're reflecting the public's interest in the weeds. That'll be right in front of the city commission a week or so later. So I feel like we can't always say this is where we don't get involved, because ultimately the city commission is going to have to deal with some of the messiness that comes before them. And we're a chance for at least them to see that what's kind of coming down the way. So like the 19th Street project to me is one of those. Nick, you were really questioning assumptions that staff had that, I think, well, gosh, there's a staff policy around how we design our roads. And, you were asking some tough questions about like, why is that the policy? And you do that, I think, in a good way, because it challenges, our community to think about what's the best way to build these roads, and are we making the best decisions? So I don't know. I guess I say that because I feel like this is going to always be a moving target, and we just need to be, kind to each other. And, when you feel like you've overstepped, everybody just has to say, all right, thanks, Nick. And, and I'm sure I do the same, because I remember some times when I've been pretty tough on, like, what's the data that's being brought to the table for the decision around 19th Street. And I didn't feel like the neighborhood's interests were being reflected in that data. So anyway, I guess this to me is like, it's a public process. It's going to be messy. Sometimes you're going to feel like you're maybe overstepping, but at the end of the day, we got to help the city commission make best decisions for the public.
Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc chair. I feel like that really rounds out the discussion. Originally, when Pat was speaking, I thought, yeah, I could definitely do better about not paying into the weeds too much. But what you're saying is that I guess the usefulness of the weeds depends on the context of the situation. Like if the public cares, we should probably care too. If they don't care, maybe it isn't our place, right? So I think the answer is twofold in that I and others who get really technical should definitely take better advantage of staff's time prior to the meeting to make sure that we don't bog down too much. But there are some details that arise in the course of the discussion that are worth pursuing a little bit longer, as long as we recognize the civility clause, right, and being able to cut each other off if need be. So sure. I would say overall, the civility of this group has been pretty admirable. I'm currently this is kind of a tangent here, but a new co-housing community I live in on the east side of Lawrence has monthly meetings very similar to this. And I got to say, we're not nearly as civil to each other as we are on this committee where we don't know each other anything, right? Like we're not neighbors. Well, some of us are. We're generally not neighbors, so it's not like we're going to be running into each other at the mailroom and have to maintain cordiality at all times. So I think it's been very refreshing so far to have generally a really good atmosphere of civility, even between us and staff as well. So kind of pat ourselves on the back there, but yeah.
This is Pat Collette, Commissioner. Charlie, I think that example that you gave of 19th Street was, in that example, that was an underlying policy and addressing what it is, addressing the policy itself and, whether that continues to, be appropriate. And I think, my comment was not to say that, there's anything clear cut. I think just, being aware of that. And like you said, Nick, as far as making use of staff ahead of time where we can, but there's certainly situations which may appear being into the weeds, but really it's getting to a policy question that is appropriate for MMTC commissioners. So it's not easy to, there's no bright line between, as far as I know anyway, between commissioners and staff, but just being aware of that question and thinking about, is this a direction we need to spend a lot of time with, or is it just out of personal interest that we want to talk about it more? So.
All right. Thank you. I think that kind of clarifies some things. And again, it gives us some groundwork to continue to move forward as we work on balancing those issues. There's 3 more items on the list here for discussion and then 1 more question in this topic. We have 15 minutes, so I just want to point that out as we get into that. The 3 remaining are the complete approval of policy documents on signalized, non-signalized intersections. I could see how that people thought that might want to be improved or the outcome changed. That's a future work item. So I don't know how much more you want to talk about that in terms of where you got. Anyone?
This is Pat Collette again. That was mine, and I guess sometimes it just takes longer to do things than you wish it would, And so, I'm really happy. That we're seeing some good movement on that there's a consultant involved now. And, it's just this was kind of an underlying topic all year that we kept trying to wrap our heads around and get some movement on it. And, it just felt like it took longer, but I do feel like now, it's gotten the traction. And again, this is an example of just recognizing limitations on staff time and being able to you know, to understand that that's a reality, and that we can't make everything happen as fast as we might like to. So just an area for improvement, but it's happening. So
sound good to everyone? All right. The last two, KDOT KDOT improvement, to SLT, brought in fairly late in process and were surprised by KDOT drivers.
All right, so this was my one. Sorry, Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC chair. This one was kind of interesting because I think some of the on-ramps and off-ramps and interchanges we were kind of familiar with. But then when we saw the 31st and Iowa one, that was kind of a surprise because there was going to be an improvement where there didn't really seem to be an improvement. And when pressed further, KDOT mentioned that, well, there was planned development, in the southeast corner here. And we thought, really? Is there? I thought it kept getting rejected by Planning Commission and City Commission. So that was kind of surprising that they had gone this far and done this much work with information that was maybe not fully up to date. So I don't really know how to improve this point exactly. Or if I'm even perceiving it correctly. So I'd be interested in others, account of this and see, like, is this just a classic case of how early do we get involved in something? I don't know. It just seemed like there was kind of a miscommunication on this one.
Well, I guess from my process, we can ask Dave, but I think for KDOT's facilitating some process around their environmental impact statement thing. And so that project, in terms of being brought in late, that is a separate project, right? As KDOT is the lead sponsor of that project that is identified in our long range transportation plan, although some of the specifics, not in detail, right? Because they're determining that as part of their EIS work. And I think regardless of the community conversation of where it has landed with that development, there's still a development process in process that another version of it in process that KDOT is negotiating through. And I think they're probably speaking on behalf of some of the, in good faith, on some of those conversations that were happening as part of a new process that had not gone back before elected officials. And again, like a round two. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would just add each area of how the SLT connects to the cities has been discussed in different pieces and phases. So for 31st in Iowa, there was a conversation a couple of years ago with the potential development there and providing access that the state was not going to require. Was not going to allow the access directly to the to Iowa without doing the interchange improvements there. So KDOT's anticipating that if at some point that does move forward, that the interchange will be able to handle that design. But other than that, yeah, as Jessica mentioned, KDOT will have a continued public process after completion of the SEIS. Here this spring as they move forward with more detailed design of all of the city connections to the SLT. So that I don't know. I can't say I wouldn't say we were late in the process or kind of at where we typically would start discussing these things when we have what we call like field check plans or things on paper that we can start seeing and digesting and then asking or working with our state partners to accommodate our plans and try to identify improvements for connections. So those conversations will be ongoing and really probably more in-depth discussions here as we get through this year, and we'll probably have some presentation at some point from KDOT back to the city on plans and timing of improvement. So
Charlie Bryan, MMTC. I think, Nick, this is one of those where their process is probably so foreign to us that when we're engaged, it feels discombobulated. And they're, trying to just bring it down to like our local level with the MPO. It takes a long time for people to figure out what the MPO does, how it does it, and that process is highly structured. And once you get familiar with the patterns, and you can kind of get ahead of it and know, like, you know, yeah, they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. But with KDOT, I'm assuming they are going through a very similar process as the MPO, and it's hard to fully understand it. They are probably doing this same thing all over the state of Kansas. And part of it is, you know, we just don't understand that process very well. And thinking about any project that comes before us, there's always been that frustration around, like, what is the right time for our involvement, and how do we feel really prepared to know enough about the project to give good feedback, or help the city commission make the decision that ultimately goes before them. I don't know. This does seem like a pretty significant project. It's going to impact our community in a big way, especially kind of extending that Wakarusa connection across, you know, where it goes to 27th Street and such. So it seems like a really big project. Yeah, the Iowa interchange is also obviously big, but I don't know. I wonder if there's a lot we could do to change it. It doesn't, to me, I'm not sure there's much we can do. Ultimately, I would hope that somehow we're consulted in an adequate way that it helps the city commission make the decisions they have to make about the project. So I don't know how we can best do that, but I would hope that, you know, things always come to us maybe just ahead of their schedule. I don't know if that's always guaranteed or not, but it feels like at least that gives the city commission a preview. I feel like there has been times when the city commission is they get it directly before we, or in place of us ever seeing it. And perhaps that serves them well, but if it doesn't, having us as kind of the prelude makes sense to me. Even if we're not feeling like we completely understand what's going on, at least it provides the kind of like the trailer, I guess, for the movie that's going to come before the city commission.
Thank you, Kuzmiak, Mmtc chair. Yeah, I suppose given the different planning process that's kind of opaque to us at the KDOT level, there's probably only so much more we can do. I mean, I would say in a perfect world, given the feedback that I've heard from various leaders around the Wakarusa extension and the kind of pre-planning for that development at K10 and Iowa Street, it seems like not everybody's on board with this necessarily. Some were kind of surprised by it. I know I should have known about it because it is on our, I guess, future streets plan. But I guess in an ideal world, like I was gonna say, it would be nice to kind of know at the beginning, like, we are planning on putting a street through here in the next few years. Let's talk about it now, maybe before we get a, concept design, simply because it's in such a new area that there's really no precedent. It's not like we're replacing something that's already here. Like, this is a completely new street, because that also involves planning commission. I mean, if there's going to be a whole lot of new land open to development, or even just a little bit of land, that's in their territory as well. And I feel like bringing them in early would kind of help. Say, like, is this really in line with Plan 2040? Is this really where we want to be expanding to? This is, are we sure this is the tier 1 growth area, for example? So I don't really know any good suggestions on going forward, only that we'll just, I guess, do our best to kind of stay abreast of what KDOT's doing and what our future plans are, really.
Charlie, Brian, Mmtc, it would help me maybe to understand, like, what authority does the city commission have in this project? Or are we literally basically being consulted on a project that the state intends to do, regardless of the will of the city of Lawrence? Does anybody have an answer to that?
That's a loaded question, but I would say, we're partners with KDOT. We interact with them. We're making sure that their improvements and where they're making improvements follow our plans for extending streets, providing infrastructure, crossings, safer crossings. I would say we can't. The city, it's a state project, so I don't know if the city has the ability to say, we could say don't go through with it, or we could have some influence there on what they do, but it's ultimately a state project. So we do want to collaborate with the state, and I think there's obviously some mutual benefits to improving the highway, and it's again, that's a tough question to ask, but they'll provide an update. They'll have a public process. The state heard a lot of feedback from the neighbors north of K10 and Wakarusa in that Stoneback area, and KDOT's kind of re-looking at how they tie in there. So there are things that I can tell you they're listening to feedback they get. The state is, and they're trying to be a partner in this.
And the MPO is a partner in this too, in the sense that the MPO has a role in the long range plan, and the city is a partner with KDOT, but also with the MPO in ensuring that the work we're doing to lay out that foundation of long range planning supports the assumptions we're making in the comprehensive plan when we have the chance to update that. So some of it ties back into longer range times, as Charlie talks about some of the structure that the MPO has in timelines for planning process. Additionally, sometimes KDOT asks for local commitment, and that's opportunities that the locals have additionally to leverage local desires in process in terms of thinking about the Bob Billings and K10 interchange when that was reconstructed, and the city county commitment to that project. I don't remember, $1 million, million and a half, where the city contributed local money to that project, and as a result, to achieve the bike ped improvements they wanted over that bridge. So there is opportunities, and there is collaboration, and there is sometimes financial exchange that also impacts how projects end up on the ground in construction.
Is that financial, Charlie Bryant, Mmtc? Is the city and the county, are they expecting to contribute to this project?
We don't know yet. Okay. We're going to have those conversations. The state is overall under the transportation program is looking for local contributions to move projects forward to construction. And so we do have the city and the county have a project in the CIP to extend Wakarusa to the south. So that's we have funds to do design this year and construction in 2024. We'd like to tie that to the KDOT project to get some economies on that. And so there's, we would have some participation in that, but that's not directly tied to the K10 improvements at this point. But that's a conversation that we're going to be, that we need, that we're going to be having. And if, for instance, we talked about the bike crossing at Iowa, putting in a bridge or tunnel in, that might be one of those discussion points that we may need to contribute some local funds to upgrade that crossing. And then how does that fit into the prioritization of all the other improvements we want to make throughout the community? Should we take advantage of the timing of that and what the cost is? And those are things that we're going to be having discussions on with KDOT as we move forward with the design.
Charlie Bryant, Mmtc. You mentioned the crossing of Iowa. That's a huge issue we all recognize for the Lawrence Loop. So it does feel like if working with them advances that, it'd be certainly worth it. I don't know if we have to give up that. Nick seems resistant to development south of Iowa Street, or south of K10. But if building a bigger intersection or interchange that ensures increased safety for people that are on the loop, so they don't have to cross that grade, that would be a pretty good trade-off in my mind.
All right.
Thanks, Nick, Mmtc Chair. Just quick on process. I realize we're at 3:30. Is there any way that we can kind of go a few minutes over, or are we pretty tight on time?
No, we're fine. Our next item on the agenda is a 10-minute break, which we've already taken early. So we can, if you want to finish up this discussion, and then we can take maybe a 5-minute break or wait till after Becky's presentation. Let's see where we are. Let's go ahead and finish this up and just be cognizant of the fact that we're over. I think we only have a couple more things. I'm not sure how much discussion you'll want to have.
Yeah, I just had a quick thing to add just in case there's possibility for putting this on the parking lot later, but kind of related to the KDOT versus local wishes discussion. A couple news items that have come out recently, mostly in the state of Texas, have indicated to me that though the city and MPO can be collaborators with the state transit agency, it doesn't appear that they have any final say. Like if KDOT wants something to happen, they are going to make it happen. And I don't know if they have the same overlord power that TxDOT has, but TxDOT recently reappropriated an entire street from San Antonio. After San Antonio decided to start doing road diets and slowing the cars and adding development, mixed use. TxDOT said, no, that is not in our best interest. Sorry, this comes back to us now. So I don't know if KDOT is quite that dictatorial, but I guess that kind of relationship gives me a little bit of pause for future talks with KDOT. And so I don't know if it's really as true here as it is in Texas. So.
I have personally, Jessica Mortinger, personally found the relationship to be quite collaborative with KDOT and haven't experienced any of that, but we would have to get legal involved to understand how all of that is legally structured on the back end in terms of how all of that works. I think it's in the best interest of everyone to continue to collaborate and move forward in that way.
Yeah, okay. That's good enough for me for now. Yeah, I say let's probably move on to this last one then.
Yep, the last item we have here is just some dissatisfaction about the shared use path as the design option for the concept design for Wakarusa Drive. I don't know how much you want to delve into that. That was a pretty site-specific issue. Whether that goes, it meets the goals, but doesn't meet the intent of legitimate transportation. So any thoughts about that?
Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc chair. I feel like this might be a personal opinion simply because the debate that we had over this item was kind of split a little bit over should we do shared use path or should we do separated bike tracks. So can't make everybody happy all the time. And I think it's just an opportunity to realize that even though we seem to have a united front most of the time, so that was not the case in this particular agenda item.
Okay.
This is Charlie Bryan, Mmtc. I mean, I didn't write this one, but I can certainly appreciate it. I think this is that challenge around building bicycling infrastructure that supports the needs of the people that are, reluctant to go on streets. And, this was, in my perfect world, we would have both. Because I think that, my opinion is it actually is safer to ride along the roadway, not having to go through intersections on shared use paths. But, I can also appreciate that that's perhaps safer for some users, or at least perceived as safer for some users. So this is one of those, maybe in another 10 years we'll have some more information, but to engage, to try to get to a goal of getting more people to be comfortable riding their bikes in our community, they are going to need shared use paths. And shared use paths work in other parts of town. Clinton Parkway in particular is a good example, where there's no bike path or bike lane on the road. So I feel like it isn't like we're doing something that hasn't been done before. People ride on those shared use paths seemingly okay. So, and we don't have enough money to build everything for everybody. So,
or the right of way, if that matter.
What's that?
Or the sheer amount of right of way that would be required for that either. So.
Yeah, and then you get the conflict with pedestrians having to cross even wider streets. So
all right, well, that kind of wraps up. Was there anything else anybody wanted to talk about process? I think we talked about a lot of different issues. There wasn't much duplication between anybody, which I thought was fascinating.
Charlie Bryan, Mmtc. So I've appreciated over the years that we have created committees, as needed. And I think what I guess I wonder is there some benefit to being perhaps a little more formal in that expectation of service on committees? And I know a few of us kind of get put on committees more often than others, and I don't know if how everyone would feel about, if we expected people to serve on, if we had standing committees that were tasked with different things every year, if that would be too much to ask. But I feel like sometimes to advance the work, we need to be willing to commit a little bit more than we do when we just convene as a full commission once a month. So it's just kind of around like, what do we expect of each other in order to best support the community's decision-making around transportation?
Can we save that conversation for our conversation about the 2022 work plan?
Sure.
Okay, because I wrote down already subcommittees and equities at the top of the list, and I think that'll be a really good role in terms of thinking about even all the MPO committees. And I'm thinking transit, route redesign, pedestrian plan, MMT. Like what is how does that look? Do you know what I mean in terms of expectations as part of the work also?
Mm-hmm. No, I think that's kind of it. We certainly do a lot of this, but I don't know that we've ever got it like laid out in front of us as, hey, this is our work and let's actually commit to it and share it. And
and that take some more intentional work even in your work goals and objectives, I think, to think about some of that maybe. So, okay. If nobody has anything else, we'll go to the next question, which was 100% unanimous. Do you have enough information on the agenda items prior to the meeting? All 4 people said sometimes. That's kind of a leading question, but we did ask after that, if you if you indicated no or sometimes, what are you missing? And so I thought this was pretty clear, but we can talk about, you have somebody waiting. We can talk about any of these really quickly. We have Becky joining us just now. So let's not take more than maybe 5 minutes unless there's something really big, and we can talk about this more. So online map tool. So for example, if data is mentioned in the staff memo, it should also be available on the map. We should probably think about training for new members again on some of those tools and all of that. So I think in terms of whether that be a work session or just some training we do. Helpful to put more emphasis on calendar topics that come before MMTC throughout the year with links to relevant documents. Remind MMTC at the end of the meeting when looking at the calendar to begin reviewing documents. I think the current practice has been to wait till the agenda is posted and to look at the agenda items and perhaps supporting documents. Just as staff, I respond to this and mostly thought to Dave, like, usually stuff is not necessarily ready before it's on the agenda. So I think we can reflect on that and find opportunities where it maybe already exist there to give you to like link some items on the agenda to web links or that and remind you. But I'm not sure that there's maybe many of those opportunities where content already exists that we're not, finishing to present to you. Nothing I couldn't likely obtain by asking for clarification. So we want to remind you, I think this is a good point for everybody, that if you need clarification on an agenda item, you can email staff before the event. That gives them a heads up to prepare materials that they may not be prepared to bring to the meeting, and also make sure it gets mentioned to everyone. So that can sometimes help in the process probably of the discussion. Sometimes there's project history is needed to fully understand where we are and how we got here. That probably comes a lot back to planning and CIP, just in staff memos, so we can kind of reflect on that. Is there anything kind of specific to any of those things we'd like to talk about in a couple minutes? Okay. I think that gives mostly to staff some feedback that we can try to be more reflective about the material that is being prepared for your consumption.
This is Charlie, MMTC. So I put down the one about the map tool. I think it's been great to have that. And I appreciate when there's something I'm looking for, you guys are pretty quick to address it. So I feel like that's one of those tools that will just keep evolving. And it seemed to me just a practical kind of process would be like, yeah, if we're discussing it in a memo, is that something that we are sharing already in the map tool? One thing that comes to mind as you review this, Jessica, is as we get more familiar with the city's efforts to track its strategic plan progress, maybe there's a way to insert the relevant performance indicators, into the memos, which just helps us better frame like, oh yeah, this relates to something that the city has identified as a priority, a strategic priority, and just keeps it more front of mind. I don't know how difficult that would be to do, but kind of like adding that equity statement into our agendas or our staff memos. Maybe this is just another kind of technical way to bring that information to us.
Yeah, and I think some of that may be coming in terms of just future changes and ties to commitment areas and performance. I would say as that process develops citywide, I think we're probably moving in some of that direction. So I think we can be thoughtful about all of those things. Okay.
All right.
Please don't feel like if you're missing something during the year that you can't ask. This is not a one point in time conversation. And so reaching out helps us all be reflective, for even new members who aren't here and to have that conversation. So especially as we have a lot of new members, I think that particularly matters. So Brad, I'll have you stop sharing. Becky, I saw you joined us. Sorry, we're a couple minutes behind. Is everybody okay if we let Becky have her 15, 20 minutes and then take a break after that? As long as everybody's okay. All right. Becky, I'll go ahead and let you, we have the topic on for orientation on land development code update. And we're happy to have you to tell us a little more about that.
Well, thank you. Thanks. First of all, thanks for having me, inviting me here to speak with you all. Thank you also for pushing your break back a little bit. I appreciate that. I will try and make this quick then so that you guys can have that much anticipated break, I'm sure. So as Jessica stated, my name is Becky Pepper. I'm the planning manager in the planning division, and just here today to give you kind of an update on our revision to the land development code that we'll be working on soon. Before I start that, I just kind of wanted to give a little bit of background on the current land development code. Some of you may know that the land development code is the guidance that provides the standards and regulations that pertain to all of the public and private development in the city. It's a code that was adopted in 2006. And like I said, it applies to the city, but it does also contain the subdivision regulations, which are for the city of Lawrence and also the unincorporated areas of Douglas County. Stated in the land development code, the purpose is that it's to implement the comprehensive plan and also protect, enhance, and promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens of Lawrence. The land development code contains some specific guidance for development projects. For example, it tells us the density and dimensional standards and the land uses that are permitted in various zoning districts. It also provides some specific site requirements, such as landscaping requirements, outdoor lighting, and there are also some transportation related items as well. Those include guidance on what's the required bicycle and vehicle parking, providing guidance on pedestrian walkways throughout sites that would provide that connection from a building to the public sidewalk, construction of sidewalks, and also standards related to access, such as the number and location of driveways. So late last year, the city issued a request for proposals to revise the current land development code. And one of the reasons behind that was, as I mentioned, the current code was adopted in 2006. And since that time, we've adopted a new comprehensive plan, a strategic plan, and a transportation plan. So one of the objectives with this revision is to implement the mission and goals of those plans and to make it so that it aligns with the community vision that was laid out in those plans. I'm sure that you know that some of the goals that are identified in those plans include housing affordability and economic development and job creation, accessibility, inclusion, and environmental justice, infrastructure planning, rehabilitation, and investment, and climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. And then aside from implementing the comprehensive plan, we also want the revision of the land development code to help better streamline that code. We recognize that the current land development code can sometimes lead to some inefficient development review processes. So with this revision, we hope that to find an opportunity to streamline that development code and for better review and approval processes when feasible. In addition, we also know that the land development code is very cumbersome. It's hard to navigate and it's hard to understand. So we hope that with this revision, we'll achieve a more user-friendly code. We hope to make it more concise and consistent and effective for use by all members of our community. That include developers, private property owners, design professionals, members of the public in general, and city staff. So as far as details on the revision process, those are going to be more formally formalized once the consultant's been officially selected. But we do know that it's going to include a robust and transparent public improvement process. We hope to, or we know that we'll include conversations with the community and with stakeholders. It's expected that one of the first steps in the revision process will be engagement with stakeholders to help solidify the goals and the outcomes of the project. These stakeholders include, but are not limited to, steering committees, governmental bodies, and the various city departments. We also know that the community engagement efforts will begin early in the process and will continue throughout the entire revision process. As far as timeline for the project, it should hopefully be approximately 24 months or less, starting once that consultant's been officially brought on board. We did recently complete consultant interviews, and so we do hope to bring a proposed selection to the City Commission for approval here very shortly. So that, in a nutshell, is a very brief kind of update on that revision to the Land Development Code, what we kind of expect or hope to be those outcomes, and what that timeline looks like. So with that, I'll just open it up if there's any questions.
Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc. I'm kind of curious, and I would understand if you can't answer that at this time, but are there any major revisions based on where the national conversation has been going with regard to zoning and land use that you see likely being a part of this? You know, for example, Minneapolis and Seattle and the state of Oregon and California have all gotten rid of single-family zoning. A whole lot of cities have gotten rid of minimum off-street parking requirements, either in some areas or throughout their cities. And there are other cities, I believe California as a whole, done this, where any area around a transit center has been kind of declared as a higher development zone. Obviously, it's probably pretty early in the process to comment on any of these, but just, you know, I guess off the top of your head, is there anything that you think is going to be kind of a major revision to what it is right now?
Thanks, Nick. Becky Pepper, Planning. This is a very good question, and you're right. It's
Becky, you seem to have frozen.
Early. A lot of this,
Becky,
that's
can
where
I
this
have
community.
Becky, can I have you start over? You froze on our end.
Uh-oh. Okay. Let me know if that keeps up and I'll turn off my video.
Okay.
I did just get that notification that my emails or my internet is unstable. So thanks, Nick. That was it is a great question. And unfortunately, it's not one that we have an answer to at this point. And I think that's where that involvement with the community is going to be really important. You know, listening to the feedback we get from the community and from the stakeholders to help really direct what that revision looks like and what's included in it.
Thanks. Kind of what I expected. I just was curious if there's any other information. So Yeah, I certainly look forward to the process, and I'll be really excited to kind of see what comes of it. And hopefully we'll get MMTC involved some way.
Does anyone else have any other questions for Becky at this point in time? Or
this is Pat Collette, MMTC Commissioner. Becky, you may have said this, but I missed it. In terms of the RFP that the consultants responded to, how prescriptive was steering committee requirements attached with that, or was that just listed as a requirement without specified membership or anything like that?
Becky Pepper with planning. Not prescriptive in the sense of who all would be invited to that yet. Those are the details still that will be, once they come on board, then we'll have further discussions and can hammer those details out at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, anybody else? Otherwise, thank you, Becky. I know this is going to be an interest to MMTC members, and we have included updates to this process and hopefully a continued conversation as this goes on about MMTC's role in the work plan for 2022.
Definitely. Thank you all for having me again. Bye.
All right. At this point in time, would you like to take an 8-minute break and return at 3 p.m.? Does that sound okay to everyone? Okay, thank you. that quick break. All right. As people are joining us again, we were expecting some people to join us this afternoon, additional members, so we'll watch if anybody does that. I'm going to have Brad share screen. We put together and presented to you the transportation performance measures from Transportation 2040, from the city strategic plan, from the Safe Routes to School plan and the Lawrence Bikeway plan. It included a lot of measures. Some of you may or may not have been aware of, based on even the conversation today. We asked you 2 questions related to all of those measures, which do you believe are the 3 most important measures for the MMTC? And we can look at that list, Brad, if that's okay. And the response to those, I will read in no particular order, and you can see how often something appears. Percentage of people who have access to a quarter mile of level of 3 comfort or below bikeway. Compare entire city and transportation disadvantage zones, which we haven't done that part yet, but we've done the other part. 25% single occupancy vehicles, trips in non-automobile, number of serious accidents and fatalities, percentage of public streets with sidewalk on at least one side, both city and transportation disadvantage zones, average cost of transportation per household, number of non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries, mode share. So that's 3rd time that one's come up. Miles of facility type per year for bikeways, both entire city and transportation disadvantage zones, daily vehicle miles traveled per capita, related to mode share in terms of sustainability, and then percentage of transportation budget spent on biking and walking infrastructure, which I think is in T2040, but not as a performance measure of its own. So that's kind of what we had there in terms of, you can see where people are headed with what we have in terms of measures. Some of those are adjusting measures that we have a little bit to get a little more specificity in regards to probably the equity question in relationship to the discussion that we had a little bit earlier. You want to talk about any of those in terms of importance or value?
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC Chair. I'd like to start off just to make sure that we're still good quorum-wise if we need a quorum for a retreat, because we currently don't have one. So is there any implications of that?
I don't believe so. This is just a discussion. There's no action item occurring. We're having a discussion of membership, and it's still an open meeting. We do expect some members to join us this afternoon as they become available. But you're correct. We only have 3 members at this point in time.
Or 4 if Pat's back, but it's not on video.
Oh, Pat. Okay. Oh, yes. As soon as Pat joins us, we would have 4. Correct.
Okay. I thought that was the case. Just kind of wanted to make sure before I launched too far into this. So, okay.
Looks like Douglas is joining us now. So.
Oh, good. Sounds good. Who would like to start us off with what they may remember as their voices? I think I remember mine, but I'm not sure. Good.
This is Charlie, Brian, MMTC. I think I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So for this question about quorum, if there are 7 commissioners, is that, so we basically 4 is a quorum? Is that what you're raising
Correct.
Up? Okay.
Based on the currently appointed, yes.
Got it.
But regardless, okay. there can be a meeting, there just cannot be action without a quorum. It's not an official meeting. So it's a meeting without a meeting. So we've done this before in other regards. If you have official business, there's not a quorum, so you can't have a meeting. You can discuss the items and table them. You basically just leave them hanging there until you get a quorum upon that.
All right.
But it looks
Thanks.
like now with Douglas joining us and also with Pat, assuming she will be back shortly, that would be 5.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying that.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Hello. Welcome back. Hi, Douglas. Thank you for joining us. We're glad you could join us this afternoon. Should we do
Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you for having this. And I'm sorry I'm late. I just got done with work and changed my clothes. So
that's
good to
okay.
see you and meet you.
Well, welcome. Welcome as a new member of Multimodal Transportation Commission. Would everybody like to take a brief moment and can we do our quick round of introductions for those for the Douglas's benefit and all of our benefit, if that's okay? Okay. Well, Douglas, I'm Jessica Mortinger. I'm the Transportation Planning Manager for the Lawrence Douglas County Metropolitan Planning Organization, and I'm facilitating today's discussion for the retreat. We're happy to have you, and I will let Nick go next.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Kuzmiak. I'm the current chair of MMTC. Been on here, I think it's on my 4th year running or something like that. I'm native to Maryland, outside of DC, but I lived kind of various states and have been in Lawrence for about 4 years now. So relatively new, but I'm an engineer by day and pretty passionate about transportation, urban planning, land use, all that kind of stuff. I guess not by day. So yeah, I'm coming here with trying to get as multimodal of a perspective as I can, and just want to keep improving the state of transportation in the city. So welcome to the commission.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay.
I'm Charlie Bryan, MMTC, and I've been on the commission since it started. I've been kind of involved in transportation work as a employee of the Lawrence Douglas County Public Health Department for a number of years. The last few years, my job there kind of shifted and I'm not directly involved in my work, but my role on the commission changed at some point. We were appointed as a health department employee, but now we're appointed as at large in the community. So I just represent myself and I guess my own interests, but I certainly have a passion for kind of seeing through the work that I was involved in years ago. And I have 2 daughters that are one's in middle school, one's in elementary school. And as I've done my work around transportation, I've always kept them in mind and, seeing them grow up and hopefully be active and whether that's walking, biking, running, taking the bus. Of course, they'll have to drive, I'm sure. So, those things are always on my mind. It sort of shapes my thinking about the matters outside of just the professional space. I think earlier I also shared I live on the west side of town in Quail Run neighborhood and had lived in Monterey, which is just north of 6th Street, but kind of in the same area. So
cool.
Welcome to the team, Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Douglas. I'm Pat Collette, member of the commission. I've been on for 1 year and 1 month, I guess. So outgoing chair or past chair, I guess is what I should say. I'm retired from the KU Transportation Research Center. I've been retired about 6 years. So I have a big interest in transportation, and really all modes. But particularly bike ped and public transportation. I lived in Lawrence forever, not forever. I didn't grow up here, but came here to go to school and basically haven't left. So I've been here for a long time. I have a couple of grown daughters who live in town and 3 grandsons, one of whom I'm teaching to drive. So that's a new perspective on traffic in Lawrence. And so, yeah, welcome to the commission.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Althea Schnocke. This is my first year as well on the MTC. And I also work for Lawrence Public Schools. Been in Lawrence for about 20 years now.
Great. Good to meet you all. Thank you so much.
All right. Dave, did you want to introduce yourself and Brad?
Yeah. Hey, hi, Douglas. Dave Cronin again. We met the other day online. Welcome officially and to your first meeting, and thanks again for your service to the community.
Thank you. It's an honor. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And I'm Brad Harris. I'm an administrative technician with MSO, providing admin support for these meetings.
Thank you, Brad. That's a logistical. It's very important.
All right. Thank you for entertaining some introductions. We'll get back into our content. We're on agenda item looking at MMTC performance measures. We have presented to you in the packet both all of the measures we have combined from the existing measures that exist in our community plans, and asked you to respond about what the top 3 you felt were. And so you could see there's some commonality in the list we just reviewed that you can see on the screen share. Do we want to, as part of this conversation, there's 2 things. The first part is, what do you believe are important measures we're looking at now? And maybe I think the response to that, kind of out of today's conversation, I'll be interested to hear what your thought is how can we use those to understand how decisions that you're making are being impacted by some of those targets? And then the second part is there data and information as part of this question that's not listed or tracked that might be helpful, and is that feasible? Is it available? Is it just well-intentioned? We can look at that list of the responses we got so far and to understand, I think, how we can better incorporate that. I think that's the intent of this discussion. So seeing what people kind of told us in regards to the response of who responded, even if you didn't respond, please feel free to chime in if you have other measures you feel are valuable. But what's valuable information to you in terms of understanding if you're making progress on some of these community measures?
For myself, well, it's hard to track all these without knowing what the general public enjoys and likes. But for myself, I want to feel that it's safe enough for my kids to walk and ride a bicycle around town. I live on a busy street and just off Haskell, and 23rd is a block and a half away. So I'd like there to be more walking and bicycling infrastructure, and I know that there is a limit to it. And I think tracking accidents and age groups, particularly, I suspect our college population to probably be a little bit heavy as far as accidents go, but I don't know. And I think I'd rather, at this point, just listen to all of you and listen to what you all have to say and what's working for you.
Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc Chair. Well, Douglas, it looks like at least a couple of these metrics I think would cover so they have the number of serious accident fatalities, how many public streets have sidewalks on at least one side. I think as we track the progress of those, I'm hoping trending in a certain direction will mean that we are starting to achieve that goal of being a safer environment for all road users and all transportation users, right? So it does seem like we'll be able to track it that way. I do see at least a couple of things that are all sort of related there, and Jessica, I think you kind of alluded to, but yeah, percentages of single occupancy vehicles, percentages on an automobile, what else? Mode share, and even daily vehicle miles traveled per capita, I would say, are all kind of related in trying to affect that mode share that we talk about. So, Douglas, in case you're not familiar with that term, we kind of throw it around as if everybody knows it. The idea is that a huge percentage of people, not just in Lawrence, but in the US and Canada as well, do everything by car, and often just driving by themselves as well. So since we kind of have a general understanding that that's not great environmentally, financially, safety-wise, trying to get people to use other modes of transportation if and when possible or convenient is both good for for the environment and the economy, but also good for for equity, even cars are expensive. So for those who can't afford cars and aren't able to drive everywhere, then it's really helpful to make sure that we're still focusing on the modes that, modes that are kind of less choice modes, but more necessity modes. So the one that I wrote down that I don't know if anybody else saw this and was interested was the average cost of transportation per household. So to me, this one's of particular importance because, like I mentioned, I'm really interested in land use and transportation and zoning and all that, and kind of how it connects, which is why we keep trying to get to collaborate with the Planning Commission as much as we can. But I think that a lot of these are affected by not just our decisions, but by Planning Commission's decisions as well. So the average cost of transportation per household is an interesting metric that, when taken together with the cost of housing, forms kind of the more realistic picture of what it costs to live in a certain area. So, for example, the H&T index, which is a brilliant set of data, I forget who put it together, but it's shown by census block and I think even smaller granules across the entire country, and it gives an estimate of how much it costs a person living in that zone each year to be able to transport themselves and to live there. And what you see is that though it seems that places in walkable neighborhoods are really expensive, mostly because we have a huge scarcity of them in the country, they end up being almost cheaper on the aggregate simply because it doesn't cost a lot to walk everywhere. Whereas if you live in what seems like a cheap house out on the fringes of the city, that can seem like a good deal until you factor in having to drive everywhere and the cost of gas and maintaining a car and insurance and all that jazz. So I think trying to bring the cost of transportation down is, I would say, relatively important in our larger goal of housing affordability. People will often say, well, we always have affordable housing in East Lawrence, Brook Creek, and Old West and everywhere else. Why don't we have anything out in the more suburban zones? And to that, I'll usually say it's not just about the cost of housing, right? If you live out by Clinton Lake, you might be saving some money on housing, but that's it. So I think if we can make it easier for people to not have to rely on their car, then we can hopefully start to bring that cost of transportation down for residents as we can. So that's where I'm coming from, as you can tell, a fairly passionate interest of mine. But I want to toss it on to somebody else so I don't keep rambling here. Anybody want to discuss the responses that they have that they remember?
Charlie Bryan, Mmtc. I think I was the one that put down the number of serious accidents and fatalities. I've been this one's been in my mind for a while now. Like I feel like this is an area we should feel responsibility for when there's an accident that's serious. We read about it in the news. A fatality, we kind of hear about it the same way. And yet, like from our role as members of MMTC, it seems like there ought to be a more formal accounting for that in my mind. And so a step in that direction is that we're at least attending to it by tracking the number of those accidents and fatalities. And I don't know how they get classified as serious, but I figured, that's a job that staff could kind of wrestle with. But there ought to be some more formal elevation of that in our public process that acknowledges that there are significant events that need our attention. And now how we attend to it is a separate issue. But just in terms of a performance measure, I think we would all agree that a transportation system should do, what's all possible to minimize serious accidents and fatalities. So that feels like a really almost a foundational thing that we should be tracking and lifting up for our attention. And then I might have put down mode share. I think this was more of that.
Charlie, if you don't mind, I just want to interrupt real quick.
Okay.
Sorry about this. Can we put that in the parking lot, Jessica, for the discussion on the 2022 work plan? Because I also feel fairly strongly that there should be some more scrutiny on, big events.
Then just mode share. I don't know if I put that one down, but I know that's one that I kind of always keep in the back of my head. Like, are we really, is what we're doing really, I mean, do we all agree like a mode shift is important? And if so, like when are we willing to put ourselves out there and say, here's the path forward, and what is our goal? Does the city have a commitment, even if we think of it as a long-term commitment by like, say 2050 or whatever, if that's kind of aligns with the MPO's transportation planning efforts underway. So, how do we stand for the possibility that by 2050 or by whatever date we might set out there, that we've seen what we think is a significant shift in the way people get around in our community. So I think about, I think it was Vancouver several years ago, there was a conference up there and they were really proud of the mode share that they had accomplished. And it was very much a part of the character of their community. They had, I think, over 50% of people that did not use a vehicle to get around. So that's huge. And I know they're a totally different community. Probably that's too aspirational. But if we're serious about this, and I think, from things I've heard from all of you over the years, like it does seem like something that we're all interested in. We're not going to get there without really focusing in on strategies that achieve a shift in the mode share toward those that aren't dependent on a vehicle or more of a single occupancy vehicle. And this kind of gets into this like technical side of it, but let's just get really clear on what we intend to do, what we hope for the city, and how we think that is important for the future of our community. And I think there's a role for transit in that effort. And when we think about our place in the scheme of advisory committees, I know there's already a public transit advisory committee, but I don't know that they're thinking about mode share and how we get to a different share. Maybe they are, maybe they're not, I don't know. But I feel like it should be in our space to make that public commitment, just in the same way that we as a community commit to, climate action plan and such. So.
This is Pat Collette, Commissioner from MTC. I don't remember exactly what I put in here, but I think I know the number of non-motorized fatalities and serious injuries. I'm pretty sure was one of mine, and I really agree with both of you, Charlie and Nick, about bringing that more to the forefront and to the extent of showing those locations and maps so that we can really hone in on areas where maybe we need to put some more attention and that kind of thing. And I know how, into the next section about things I'd like to measure, is related to that, which is, not just the serious ones, but all of them. But I know, the capturing that data is quite difficult, but at any rate, it's sure something I would like to see. And then I think, just in terms of keeping an eye on, the miles of each facility type per year, including percentages, like, kind of combining those two measures of percentage of public streets with sidewalks on at least one side, and both in the entire city and TD zones, but kind of being able to reflect that progress of growth in each year, or not, but I think in general growth, but cycle tracks, no, not so much, but those were kind of the two that I kind of, they kind of got combined in my mind, but that was kind of the area of emphasis for me. Mode share, I agree. It's just frustrating to see it, change by, 0.001 or something. So, compared to, Charlie's example of the 50%, so at any rate, those are the ones that I was focused in on.
Althea, do you have any thoughts to add of things that would?
I really don't.
Okay, that's okay. That's fine. That's fine. I'm just putting you on the spot, but I just want to make sure you had an opportunity to comment. So I think that discussion is valuable. And I would say probably from the party responsible for putting together as our MPO organization, almost all of the data points that you found of high importance, that I would say probably none of those are going away, that they would all maybe evolve in some way. We might collapse a few to make them the same, like to figure out how we're going to really, truly, intentfully reflect on those in T2050. So we should see some more data. But I do have one question for you before we move on to additional data not tracked, which is, how else, or besides just our reporting, we've talked a little bit before about dashboards or other ways to publicly display information. I know some work will be done on strategic plan to do some of that with those measures. Is there other ways or differently how you think the data can be conveyed and or used to tell the story and or in your work that would be something staff could do that would be beneficial to you in that process?
Nick Kuzmiak, Chair, MMTC. So Jessica, this is one of the few suggestions I have that doesn't fall on more staff time. So since the performance metric committee was formed last year, I don't know a whole lot about what your directive is because I'm not on it, or I don't think I was even there for the meeting where it was established. But it seems to me that maybe an interesting deliverable of this committee could be an annual or even quarterly update on performance measures of interest and which ones have changed, and perhaps maybe some, some ideas of how things have changed and why, and maybe what decisions we've made that have contributed to that, because staff does a ton, and I don't know if there's really any more bandwidth to do something like a dashboard, but if a few interested people would be able to just kind of go through the list that's, up a page here, and see like, all right, is there anything of note that's worth bringing to MMTC? And do we need to have a discussion about it? Because a lot of times, Pat, like you were saying, it might be a 0.1% change, so kind of who cares, right? But if there is a change year over year, for example, if you see a spike in pedestrian fatalities from 1 to 5, that's important, and we need to know. So I don't think that we need to talk about every single metric, but it could be, a deliverable of this metrics committee. So Pat and Charlie, since you are on it, I'd like to hear your feedback on that, because I just accidentally voluntold you something to do. So.
Well, to their credit, we haven't had a legitimate meeting with everybody in the first place. So
okay, fair enough.
Yeah, kind of the reason for that. Well, we met.
Yes.
Or I met with Jessica. Steve Evans was also on it, so he's rotated off. So we would need an additional person. But in conversation with Jessica, because of the point at which the city's strategic plan was in development and the performance measures around there, we discussed holding off for a little bit before moving forward. But I think we're probably now at that point where the committee could move forward and start working on those. I like your idea of the annual or biannual update to the, and also, it seems like picking out some of the safety measures, if there were a way to, and this is staff time again, I'm not sure which office that this might fall into, but in terms of, public engagement, some sort of a flyer or it could be an online resource or something in the water bill or something like that, where, it's performance measures related to transportation safety, particularly, that would go, that the community would be more engaged in. When we talked about a dashboard, and, my point was that, a lot of those performance measures are posted and their targets and that kind of thing with some of those, but they're pretty difficult to find. You have to dig into the city site quite a ways to find it. And so figuring out a way, if we don't have a separate dashboard, figuring out a way to communicate to people how to get to those performance measures and where they are posted, because you have to know they exist, and then you have to know how to search within the city website to be able to find them. So figuring out a way to better engage the public in that discussion, and then also, for us to actively review the progress over, the last year and the last 5 years or whatever for those performance measures that we have.
Charlie Bryan, Mmtc. So Nick, I would say this probably we can't do a whole lot that isn't going to put some burden on staff, because I wouldn't want to go out there on a limb with like, oh, here's the measure that we should use and here's the data source. It needs to be, I think, situated within the efforts that staff have underway. So in terms of like taking responsibility maybe to compile the information that's already kind of out there and giving that to the full commission for review on some frequency, that seems fine. I mean, I know some of the challenges, it's not like there isn't a dashboard just for us. There's there's several different ways that data gets shared to the public, and maybe it's just how do we kind of collate it or curate it, I mean, so that it's easy for this group to see it. And maybe that is an easy lift for some of our us as members rather than staff. But I don't know the technology well enough to know, like, can we like pin different measures that are in the system that they're using? Can we pin them into our own version of a dashboard? I don't know. It's something you can do in Power BI, but I don't know if you can do it with, I think OpenGov is what they use for their platform. So
yeah. All the MPO stuff's all we're using. Most all of our stuff, like when we're doing dashboards, is all in Esri, ArcGIS online.
Oh yeah, that's a good tool for
so there's
that.
some capacity there.
Yeah. But if it's like you're thinking, Nick, like, can we put it on our agenda? And I don't know, maybe it's a twice a year kind of thing in my head. That's my thought, is probably not too often. I did think that I made a comment earlier about just helping us to stay centered on this. Maybe maybe it wouldn't be too much to throw things onto agendas, or as we're reviewing agendas, helps us to know, oh yeah, this one's going to impact. We think it has an impact on % of single occupancy vehicles, or something. I don't know.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC chair. So I may not know as much about these metrics as I thought I did. When you mentioned that even just compiling this data would cause staff time, I was under the impression that at least a good number of these metrics are currently being tracked already. I don't know if on an annual basis, but at least with some frequency. I realized for the strategic plan ones that was just developed last year, I guess, there's quite a few that don't have any actual data set up just yet. So, but I think for T2050, I think those are actually pretty well tracked already. Jessica, can you correct me if I'm wrong? I don't know if there are any that are missing.
Mortinger, Transportation Planning Manager, it really varies. So I would say some of the measures are available annually, like crash data, but this is where updating timelines come into play. And there's some technicalities, like you would think, oh, January 2022, you should have all of 2021's crash data. Well, that doesn't get finalized until like July of the following year from the previous year's data. So there are some delays in data, or some data isn't available annually. And so some things aren't tracked that way. If you look at our performance measure report, there's actually an entire list in T2040. The front page tells you how often something is updated. And we have brought those to you a few times, I think, as just reports for your information. So maybe there is some greater need for some study work and or just better doing some education with that, with even the subcommittee around what is there, so they can understand how they could use, maybe to like help us understand how it could be used better, or what things might matter to members more than others. For example, we just published an update to the bikeway plan, a performance measure related to percentage of households within quarter mile of level of comfort 3. And you can go look at those numbers, and there has been significant change in level of comfort for bikeways based on the speed limit lowering and on residential streets. So that policy impact, not even thinking about constructing projects based on how that measure is defined and constructed, that policy impacted probably more than the construction over 3 or 4 years of projects in terms of now the perceived impact based on the assumptions made in that measure. So I think there are some things like that, that information is out there, and how you use it and understand it. There probably could be some part on staffs telling that story, but also some of it's just going to be time of members reading the materials that are already prepared and exist for some of that data. The T2050 process will present an opportunity for us to present updated data, I think, and to develop some refinement to some of the measures that we have also. So I think your role in that process will probably be valuable as well, in terms of both participating as community, just community members, but also your representation on that steering committee.
Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc chair. I just had a follow-up then, now that I realize that these are updated on different time frequencies. Are there any that are updated, I would say, more frequently than, say, quarterly or annually? Or is annually kind of like annually to 5 years? Is that sort of the normal frequency of updating?
Yes, and some of that comes down to staff time, just like when do we have time to rerun the models and what time is it in the workload, and some of it's data availability, like it's not available except for at these certain times. So it really depends on how much we can do.
Okay.
But they're not the same, and usually we try to do the best we can with what we have. So.
Okay, well, I guess understanding the limitations of frequency, what data is available, staff time, all that jazz. I guess I still would maybe challenge the metrics committee to see if it's possible in some way, maybe have at least an annual update of anything that was notable in the changes. Like Jessica, you were saying about the percentage who are near a level of comfort 3. That's pretty significant, and I'm glad you brought it up. And I feel like that during a regular meeting could be really helpful as well. Even just during a study session, just to kind of let us know how we're doing. For whatever data it is new and noteworthy. And it's certainly possible that a year goes by and nothing really changes, and maybe that's the report. Like, well, we're not really moving the needle right now, but we'll still try.
All right. So the next part of this conversation is there data not tracked or listed that would be helpful to MMTC? And I'll read through these and we can talk about them a little bit. Intersection safety measures such as rates of failure to yield to pedestrians. So this is noted in the pedestrian plan, which is hopefully going to be released for draft on Monday for public comment. So you'll see this, we talk about this and doing maybe some of this work. So that's on our radar, just FYI on that. We've had some conversations about working with community partners to maybe update some of the failure to yield observations that were made around safe routes to school by public health and their partnership with KU in the past. We can talk more about that. Total number of bike ped collisions, not just fatality and serious injury. We, in our MPO plans, have a crash analysis that's more extensive of all either the bike or ped crashes in those planning documents. So some of that information already exists, but it's more like a 5-year range, and it shows it's not year-to-year trajectory necessarily. Percentage of residents living within a 15-minute neighborhood. So that's a Plan 2040 strategy and objective. I don't know that they have developed a model to determine what a 15-minute neighborhood is in terms of origins and destinations, but we can follow up about that. Vehicle emissions and air quality. It would be great if our GIS map had some emissions data of real-time air quality data. So this is one where there is no air quality monitor in Douglas County. This data is not available. The proxy monitor for Douglas County is in Leavenworth County. Just for anyone's information, there's hasn't been, with changing air quality standards, there hasn't been a conversation to replace the monitor that was removed from Lawrence over a decade ago. Number of reports from citizens regarding traffic, pedestrian, and bicycle safety. For those of you that have been in the conversation longer, we've had a lot of this conversation around crash data and the underreported nature of some of that safety data in terms of when people talk about near misses and or knowing that the Kansas Motor Vehicle Accident Report Form, that official form, requires vehicular involvement. So if a bicycle and a bicycle crash, or a bicycle crashes because of a roadway condition, or somebody crashes with a pedestrian, those are not reported in the same fashion. And so that we are aware of that. I'm not sure what statistical options kind of exist in terms of best practices, besides acknowledging that underreporting, but that's on our radar. So I don't know if that update kind of helps you. We can talk about any of those, but we will pay attention to this list. I think we'll keep it. We'll have additional conversations as part of T2050 about how we set those measures and what other information is available to us. Sorry, that was mostly me reporting, but I'd be happy to talk about any of those in more detail.
Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc chair. This one's on me. Unfortunately, I got distracted right as you were talking about the one I was interested in. The center residents that live within a 15-minute neighborhood. Could you briefly go over your response again, please?
Yes, I don't know that there is a model developed to define how that would be tracked. We can inquire if there is any intention to do that, but you'd have to make some pretty specific assumptions about how you determine what a 15-minute neighborhood has to entail to determine if that's a neighborhood or not. I don't know that there's been any of that development of that as a measure.
Understood.
So we can inquire, but I haven't seen anything.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of thing that's probably so new of an idea that there really isn't an acceptable standard like there's, say, a walk score. Like I'm sure you could do it in-house, but would that be reinventing the wheel when there's already maybe something out there that maybe some university or think tank has already put forward? So I think since Paris is in the process of trying to do 15-minute neighborhoods everywhere, there might be some precedent there, if it's in English, about what amenities constitute, ones that you need to look at. So I have a feeling, given the GIS capabilities that you have at your disposal, there may be a way if we can at least agree on assumptions. I remember when you did that, I forget what program this is for, but maybe a sidewalk maintenance program, where you were able to map destinations and sidewalk routes and say, how would a person get from point A to point B, and kind of have these like lines of different thicknesses along various roads showing, how much traffic could be expected to go to the destination. So I was thinking something like that, if it could be quantified, it could be a very interesting metric.
Charlie Bryan, MMTC. So Nick, earlier you mentioned the possibility of having us do some work so that staff weren't given work. This is one I would be really curious. I don't believe there's as much. There's tremendous GIS capability at the city, but I would say the way you characterize it, I don't know that it's available for people to be, just task them with this kind of project. I would be curious, if it would be useful for us to help to do the research on this, that seems like a reasonable thing for us to do. And once it's more clear, bring that back to the commission, help us do we think that, this is a reasonable definition of a 15-minute neighborhood. For the person that may not know what that means, I wouldn't be surprised if someone said, this is a 15-minute town. I can drive from here to there in 15 minutes, right? So we got to be thinking if this is an idea that we want to lift up in our community, how do we do some of the legwork to make it understood and maybe definable to the point where GIS has something reasonable to go with.
Yeah. I would follow up with that with I think as you get into thinking about what constitutes a 15-minute neighborhood, that there may already be some of the elements of that individually in the strategic plan, in terms of percentage of residential units within half a mile of a green space, percentage of residential units within half a mile of biking and walking, connectivity of healthy food providers to transit, bike routes, sidewalk. And really what you're talking about is an index of a lot of those different values. So I think you're welcome to do some research, and I would be interested to see what you find. But that would be my initial assumption, just knowing nothing, that some of the components of what you're trying to get out there, we have started to create as building blocks to represent some of these values in relationship to that, in terms of thinking about even how we've developed safe routes around schools, as you know, with neighborhood schools, or how we've looked at percentage of residential units within access to transit stop or on-demand transit. I mean, a lot of those elements are maybe already there, that it's more part of an index. I don't know. It would be fascinating.
I also wonder if 15 minutes is really the starting point. So, you know, we look at our school attendance boundaries, and people have to walk to school. If they don't, you know, drive, their ability to walk 15 minutes is not going to take you to the 2.5 mile distance that kind of is used for that busing decision making that's, you know, out there. So maybe the process should start with, like, what happens if we're all trying to live in 30-minute neighborhoods, you know, assuming that we want to be able to walk from here to there within 30 minutes. Is that not good enough, or can we start with that?
I personally prefer to start with 15-minute, just because that's kind of a common term in the literature, I guess, and the sort of planning world. So it seems. I'm not an actual planner, so feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I keep seeing this coming up in headlines. So it must be sort of commonly understood.
I'd be really curious if anyone has advanced this in a Midwestern college town.
Probably not.
Like, right? I mean, it sounds such a very urban thing to say, 15-minute neighborhood.
I mean, the amount of things that are almost global in scale that we're trying to glom onto, you know, stuff like climate change and resilience, for example, that you would think would be the charge of the federal government, but isn't doing a great job. You know, now it's a Lawrence thing as well, like that we signed on to it, or even the Green New Deal. I mean, there are Green New Deal stipulations that have been sort of approved by city commissions. So I feel like, yeah, it's definitely a reach goal, but like Jessica said, it really does encompass, in all likelihood, a lot of metrics that are already going to be tracked. So it's not a huge stretch. And I would say, even if we do define it as a 15-minute neighborhood, just arbitrarily, because that's kind of an understood concept, even if we start at 0, I mean, at least that's a recognition of how far we have to go. And I would say redefining it as a 30-minute neighborhood would maybe be a little bit presumptuous that people are willing to walk 30 minutes to get to something. I know a lot of people, especially in the Midwest, are not. So I'd prefer to stick with the 15-minute metric, even if that's something that we know we're not doing a great job at right now. So I don't know. Like I said, this is really just a thought exercise. This is not something I'm saying that we have to do. It's just something that I thought it could be helpful, not just to the MMTC, but to the city the city manager's office for the strategic plan and the planning commission, to see if they're actually living up to the aspirational ideals of Plan 2040, which in its current form, we're not even close to, in terms of being able to walk to places, have neighborhood scale businesses, being able to not use your car for everything. Like, we got a long way to go. And I feel like this would directly track with a lot of those aspirations. But yeah, I can look into it in the meantime, kind of as a side project. If I see something promising, I can bring it back.
Does it feel okay at this point to kind of leave that on my subcommittee list for the next hour in terms of equity and performance measures, or kind of maybe some work that you may want to identify in your goal? Because we got really technical on a lot of people really quick, but I think there's probably some more work we need to do to think about it. So
Charlie Bryan, MMTC. So I would say maybe, but I guess I'd want to know, is this something that enough of us have energy around? It seems to me a curiosity, and it feels really like a stretch, and I'm not sure that how it's going to, like, of all the things we should put our energy into, I guess I'm not seeing this one as ripe as it needs to be, which is why I kind of feel like I wouldn't want to try to push staff to make this thing happen, but maybe there's a really value to the MMTC members doing some of the work on this, like trying to educate the community about it, trying to identify, like Jessica was listing out, the different things that might already exist. But I just also have this is maybe not what you expect, but there's part of me that just kind of cringes when I see this, because it strikes me as quite a privilege to live within 15 minutes of everything. And I wonder how affordable being able to live in such a place would be. Like, just literally the change from where I lived in Monterey, which was north of 6th Street, to then moving to Quail Run, which is south of 6th Street. It's less than a block from Quail Run Elementary School. And I recognize that that is a neighborhood that's, more expensive to live in. And yet it changed walking my kids to school was a bit difficult where I lived before. Now, the first day we moved here, we just literally opened the door, and I think we had to actually tell our oldest to slow down, because she was so eager to walk. And so that in some ways is a privilege, to have that convenience of just walking right out your front door, down the block, across the street, boom, you're on the elementary school campus. So I would just be cautious about trying to kind of run into this space where we're trying to promote 15-minute neighborhoods. We might not. We might be surprised by somehow how people might react to it.
I would sort of counter to that, because I feel fairly passionate about this, that conflating accessibility to privilege is more of an observation of where we are as a society than where we could be if we were to restructure our values a little bit. I would say, if you were to ask, does it cost a lot of money to avoid being near environmental pollution, or are poor people just consigned to live right next to a power plant or a wastewater treatment plant? And I would say, yeah, that's the state of things right now. And you could infer from that situation that privileged people are able to live further away from environmental, contamination. But is that really a reflection of the values that we have, or would we prefer everybody to not live near sites of environmental contamination, right? Even if currently people of lesser means aren't able to walk everywhere that they would like to within a reasonable distance, is that true that that's what we want for our future? Or is that why I would actually want it as a metric to track our improvement towards that goal? I think the fact that multiple cities around the globe are actively pursuing something like this says to me it's not really a fad. It means that there's a recognition that being able to achieve your daily necessities without getting into a car is not something just for people of privilege, but something that everybody should have access to if we had our values straight. So I would say Plan 2040 directly goes into that by saying things like, we need to have walkable neighborhoods for everybody. And strategic plan even says safe, welcoming neighborhoods. It's right there. It's not necessarily that the current safe, welcoming neighborhoods are the rich ones. It's that everybody should be in safe, welcoming neighborhoods. So I would caution against conflating current reality with desired goals.
Well,
except that we can't get there because we're not there now.
Charlie Bryan, MMTC. Except for the lack of a grocery store in downtown, I would say that's maybe what people would imagine as a 15-minute neighborhood. And it's not very likely that that the families that could live there could afford to live there, honestly. I just feel like if everything was in 15 minutes of me walking, I must have some real means to make that possible. And I live in the west side of town. Honestly, I've always felt like I'm really privileged to have within a mile. At one point, we had 4 grocery stores here. That's ridiculous compared to, if I live just a few more miles away. And so, I'm talking about going from one privileged space where where my kids have to walk, 40 minutes to school versus 4 minutes. Like, I just went from one level of privilege to another level of privilege. And so I just think possibly people could interpret a 15-minute neighborhood as creating little enclaves where people with means could have the good life, whereas the rest of us that don't have that ability are kind of stuck outside of those little. I'm not saying they're gated neighborhoods, but it kind of feels like it could be construed that way. Now, I grant that you're saying, this is a aspiration for all neighborhoods, but I don't know. I guess I'd be curious if that's truly a shared interest for people that live in our community.
I guess I'm just failing to see the assumption that if we were to put this as a metric, that people reading it would automatically assume, well, that doesn't apply to me. I live in Lawrence, but I'm in a poor neighborhood, so that's never going to be a thing. I would assume that when you read a metric in a comprehensive plan, that it would indicate this is something we want comprehensively for the city. It's like, say, VMT miles traveled, or can you scroll up a little bit? The very first bullet point of the last section is something that currently is a privilege for those who are able to live near, biking paths that have a better level of comfort. I would assume, I would sure hope, that people reading T2040 or T2050 aren't saying, great, but that's never going to happen to me. I'm hoping that the takeaway is this is a plan for all of Lawrence. And even if you don't have this now, the plan is to get you there. This is a metric that we want to move in this direction. And the same for 15-minute neighborhoods. Even if right now it's maybe 0.1%, and those are wealthy neighborhoods, the plan is to get everybody there at some point, right?
All right, Nick, I'm going to interrupt you.
That's fine.
Okay, mainly because I think we need to continue this discussion, but in a way that's like a subcommittee where we can do some research and understand what the intention of Plan 2040 is and if that's something we should be tracking. I think there may be some ways to better understand disparities also by looking at, percentage of transportation disadvantaged census block groups in those areas versus not, if you come up with some index and some stuff. So there's some ways to see what the data tells us about where we're at or where we're going, but okay. Yes, Douglas.
Douglas Fretting, Mmtc. I am very curious about air quality and vehicle emissions. Just hearing that we haven't had this data for a long time. Lawrence has sprawled out and expanded, and I'm wondering what would be the costs and what kind of sensors we could afford, and how accurate the data would be. And I was wondering if maybe we couldn't team with the University of Kansas for something like this. I mean, certainly there must be environmentalists there who would like to know the development of our air quality. Excuse me. But I would like to get some kind of metric, and that hard data, would influence people. They find out, okay, so if you live, excuse me, at 23rd and Haskell, that, if you're running around there and exercising every morning, maybe you're not getting a lot of oxygen content. And whereas if you're walking up Indiana Street, going up to KU from 9th Street, you're actually getting some good air. But I don't know any of this because we don't have any data at all. Not for a long time, it seems. So I'm very curious as to how we might manage to get that, because that would, oh my God, our air is so bad, or oh my God, the air is pretty good. I don't know how it would all play out, but more data is good in my opinion. All right, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. And I guess so there is a whole process around air quality in Douglas County. Douglas County Public Health established a committee a number of years ago that governs that. They have not, to my knowledge, met in a number of years. I don't even know that there's a framework active around air quality in Douglas County any longer. So there would probably need to be an extensive amount of work done in regard to that. Oftentimes, that work is done based on what's federally required. And so KDHE the Kansas Department of Health and Environment is the agency that has chosen, that monitors air quality and has chosen where monitors are placed or not placed. And there is a process through MPO planning around air quality, but it's typically invoked when there's air quality violations of air quality standards. So it's probably something we'll touch a little bit in T2050 because it could be our reality in the future with changing air quality standards, that we could be what's called in non-conformity for air quality, which means that every transportation project you do has to be modeled and it has to fit within an air quality budget. It's like a fake budget account for an air quality model. It's pretty prescriptive and it's federally required if we get into that non-attainment area. So there's a whole process and we track that. With the Leavenworth monitors, we're currently in attainment. And so there is not that work is not being done in Douglas County because according to their standards based on our proxy monitor, we are in attainment to the federal standards for air quality. So we can follow up in more detail with that, and we probably will during T2050, but there's a lot of background and history there. Since it's 4 o'clock, does anybody need a break, or may we proceed to the last section of our planned work today, which is to talk about your work plan? Where you at?
I go either way.
Okay, well, we'll just keep going since nobody said they need a break. If you need a break, just turn off your video, put your thing down for a second, leave us and come back. Let's at this point move on to our agenda item for the MMTC 2022 work plan. We have provided to you for your review in the packet both the Goals and Objectives 2021 year-end review document to kind of show you what was completed. I would assume it's your intention, you can correct me if I'm wrong, to recreate this document for 2022 based on today's conversation. But in the meantime, we also have the calendar to start that conversation for 2022 work. And so we can look at that. If I can find mine. There we go. It's on the back of this page. Does that seem to work for everybody if we review this calendar of work that's consistent so far on what we have laid out for future study session topics and regular agenda meetings? Does anybody want to talk about any of those things at this point in time on that from that study packet, or are you ready to jump into the meat of the goals and objectives from 2021 to move forward any of the things you would see on this list on an initial first draft to be considered for future approval by MMTC?
I don't know. I guess my original thought was that we were just going to go through 2021, the table, and see what we can update. But I'm pretty open to suggestions if there's a better way to do it. That just seems the most clear, obvious way, but I'm not being very creative here. So.
I'm good with either way. I don't.
And sorry, can you remind me what the other way was? I'm not sure.
Well, I think there's just two things to consider. One is, what are your goals and objectives from the 2021 with the year-end review, where the column is added kind of what was done for this year based on those goals and objectives. Is the intent then to roll those goals and objectives into next year and tweak them a little bit that way? Or do you want to look at the things that you've laid out, that we've laid out on the 2022 commission agenda for future study session topics and meeting items to formulate, and maybe that's what helps formulate the changes and tweaks to the 2021 goals and objectives.
Okay, yeah, I understand now. So yeah, I would say in that case, let's go over what we currently have or had, see if we met them, and if we didn't, if we do want to even continue them. And then once we're done with that, anything new would probably be informed by that calendar schedule. Does that sound okay to everybody? Good enough? All right, sweet.
Okay, great. We're going to work on pulling that up in a second. So we'll just look, we'll talk from the top of the list, which was the 2021 goal to review the development of the City of Lawrence Community Engagement Plan for MMTC activities. We didn't track any work completed there. So I think that's one that we carry into 2022 with knowing that there's some new staff initiatives and additional efforts into that.
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC Chair. Am I correct in that the position has not yet been filled for Community Engagement Coordinator? That's been open for a while, from what I recall.
Correct. I believe there are still hires to be made within that structure.
Okay, so I would assume then there's really not much we can do until that's really in place. Like, it's kind of a work in progress and we're keeping an eye on it, but until there's more kind of top-down direction, we're just kind of stuck doing our best in the meantime.
Yes, with one exception to that, I would say, which is the MPO for Transportation Planning and Lawrence Transit have a public participation plan that is documenting public participation. It's out for public comment. I think it ends today or sometime next week, maybe the 28th. That is basically how Lawrence Transit and the MPO structures do public engagement. So it's not city formal, it's city adjacent, but that should just be on your radar. So that would be something we would probably, you could be made aware of as part of that process that may relate to this work.
Okay, that sounds good to me. The other one that I see here in the third column is a study session on media relations in the City of Lawrence. I don't recall the context over that proposal, but are we talking about how MMTC and MSO staff communicate with like the LJ World, for example?
I think this here might have been more around the strategic plan commitment area, around engaged communities. So I think the media relations maybe still would have been like, what are we doing? Like if they have an engagement plan, what's the strategy? What's the process? How are you doing this work in the community? I think they just wrote media relations because I think at that point, like that's kind of how some of that department was framed.
This is
Pat. Go ahead.
This is Pat Click, MMTC Commissioner. We actually did have a study session on media relations, and that was in there for that purpose. And it was Porter, I think, who presented, but basically it was presenting the outreach through his office and that work, and what he was doing. So it didn't get incorporated or any of that get incorporated into a community engagement plan for MMTC, partially because I think of, the pending developments at the city. So at least that's what I recall. That was fairly early on in the year, but I think that was how then it was listed as a study session, which we did have.
Okay, so do you think that we should put that on 2021 work completed, or is that maybe not relevant now that we're already in 2022? I don't know.
I mean, I think that column of work completed, I think we need another column, or we can rename this column 2022. Well, or really look at the objectives, and we're going to be taking this last column and blanking it out and making it 2022 work completed, but looking at the objectives and see if we need to tweak that at all, and if we want to tweak it in some way for 2022 would be my thought for this.
Okay. I guess at this point, I'm thinking this could basically stay as it is with maybe a different study session, seeing as how we basically had that. But I'd be okay with maybe striking the thing in the study sessions for right now and seeing where we end up with once we look at the 2022 calendar and see if there's anything that kind of fits with that. And if not, maybe come back to it later. Any other ideas on this? Sounds good. Let's, I don't know, whoever's taking notes. We can probably go on to the next one.
Dave is taking notes.
Thank you, Dave. I think he's also sharing his screen, so.
Yes.
Okay, so Jessica, do you want to go over this one real quick like you did for the last one?
Yeah, absolutely. So this one is related to the unmistakable identity. Because remember, we're looking at how we tie to the strategic plan, make transportation a part of the unique identity for Lawrence. So review peer communities for examples of strategies used to develop stronger transportation identities, support strategic plan implementation and review of key performance indicators. So we've done a little bit of that work here. We saw as part of that unique identity, the recommendation of bike ped funding, the study session about the active transportation plan, downtown master plan, riverfront and center presentations, establish the performance measures committee. Those are the things that are noted here under work completed.
Nick Kuzmiak, Mmtc chair. So given that first objective, that sounds like a study session to me, but I'm wondering if that's maybe best accomplished by passionate or interested members of MMTC trying to find those examples, maybe have a discussion around that, if that's something others feel is useful. I think the last time that we really did peer community review was for the micro-mobility committee that we had, where we had direct contact with Wichita, I want to say. I'm trying to remember who we talked to, but that was pretty useful, I thought, to kind of learn who else is doing stuff. And I know Adam, I think, reached out to a couple of other college towns in the area to see what they did for transit centers. And that was also instructive to kind of see like what would a transit center look like if we were Columbia, for example. So I like the idea of doing this, but I hesitate to tell staff to show us peer communities. So I'm trying to think of how we can learn more without stretching you guys too thin here. So I don't know, open to ideas. Otherwise, I don't think we'll be able to realistically fulfill this objective.
Let us talk to some internal staff of an unmistaken identity. I believe there's some ongoing work around some development of thinking about with some of the community partners about how information is shared about active modes of transportation. And I believe there's some trips planned to go tour the Arkansas area to see some of their stuff. So there may be something we can do there that's not work, but that relies on somebody else in their process coming back. So let us follow up about that.
Okay, that sounds good. I swear I saw something, maybe it's Chamber of Commerce is going to do a trip down.
Yes, that's the partnership I'm talking about.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that'd be really cool, especially because that is the literal embodiment of unique transportation, given that Northwest Arkansas has now positioned themselves, rightfully or not, as the mountain biking capital of the country. Transportation, unique, tourism, like that is like directly on this line of the table. So I'd certainly be curious to hear what our city representatives pick up on that and see if there's any lessons that we can learn.
We've also had, I will add one more thing. The new rideability map is out. And one of the conversations that the MPO Bicycle Advisory Committee had with Unmistakably Lawrence during that process of developing that was about developing some content related to tourism and access to routes and wayfinding and information. So there may be more to be done there, that there could be value of particular committee members working to develop some of those things if they wanted to volunteer in that way outside of the MMTC structure.
That's an interesting point you bring up, just having the coordination with Unmistakably Lawrence, in that perhaps that's an idea for a study session, just having them talk about the importance of wayfinding and how transportation fits into tourism, how we can help them achieve their goals of, drawing more people, but based on what they've probably seen elsewhere. Because I have a feeling they would probably be looking to peer communities and see what's being done. So I know we've discussed the idea of wayfinding in the past, and even stuff like the riverfront and center, like we see on the right-hand side here, is kind of tourism related as well, I would guess. So I guess it's not a high priority for me at least, but it would be an interesting study session to have if we're able to get somebody from Explore Lawrence to come and talk to us about that. But I'm open to, you know, disagreements here.
Okay, and they're part of the City of Lawrence Unmistakable Identity staff team. So I think there's some connections already made, and that we could explore that a little bit to find out what the goal around that should be, to basically explore opportunities to develop and to build some capacity within some, maybe even some of the stakeholder partner agencies to do some of that work.
That sounds good. Other MMTC folks? Oh, Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie Bryan, MMTC. I don't know, Jessica, what's going on with the on-bike education that Lawrence Public Schools had been doing, if they're still doing that or not. But one of the ways I think about what makes us unique is like, how do we differ from other communities in Kansas? And there aren't a lot of communities that are providing bicycling education in schools where it involves actually a bicycle. And I think about Parks and Rec's involvement in trying to provide education around bicycling. And I wonder like how we are known. I don't know if we're capturing it all, like the commitment to trying to teach people how to ride bikes seems an important one to capture and lift up. If people were thinking about moving here, you know, making decisions about where to live. I don't know if unmistakable identity is all about just tourism, or if it's also about like people deciding should they live in Topeka or Johnson County or Lawrence, Kansas, because people, you know, work and commute. So I guess I'm wondering, like, is this space open to like what makes Lawrence kind of stand out for the ways that we think about transportation? Like the Lawrence Loop is clearly part of, I would imagine, an unmistakable identity. But the fact that kids learn how to ride their bikes in our PE programs in schools is pretty cool. I think one thing that would be nice is a bike park. That would be, you know, a nice addition to all the things that Lawrence does to show a commitment to safe bicycle education. When Stephen was doing his training, it was at the Holcomb Park, and we did it in a parking lot. And I thought, well, this is okay. But I've seen some images, at least when I look online, you know, on Google and such, that are really impressive bike parks. Some are for teaching kids how to ride bikes, but some are actually just for kids to go and ride, just like they would at a skate park. I don't know a whole lot about that because I'm not a kid anymore, but I think if I was a kid and a community had a bike park, I'd be excited to go ride. You know, I kind of did that on my own in the woods in Montana. So if there's a actual place to do it in a city park, that would be super cool. And it might fit into a Parks and Rec effort in my mind. So the other thing that comes to mind around unmistakable or being different, I don't know that transit really sets us apart in Kansas, but there are, you know, some communities don't have transit at all. We do. I just kind of wonder, like, how does transit contribute to the vision of us being unmistakably Lawrence, Kansas? Like, kind of throwing that out there. I don't know if there's an answer, but the people come here because we have this awesome transit system, and they can live without having to own a car. If that's our long-term goal, like, that would definitely make Lawrence unmistakably different from the rest of Kansas or in the Midwest. So maybe there's something we need to really embrace around, you know, transit's cool in Lawrence, Kansas. So.
I really like the expansion of the focus to not just tourism, but also just getting people to move here, which means it's not just Explore Lawrence, it's also the Chamber of Commerce, and I guess whoever else is involved with that. I've been listening here and trying to figure out what action items we could take to get closer to this. Charlie, did you have anything in mind off the top of your head in terms of like a great study session or a guest speaker?
No, it'd kind of be like, how do you get more people to think about transportation being one of the levers for this citywide initiative? Because my guess is the committee or whoever is responsible for advancing unmistakable identity is probably not thinking transportation is their go-to strategy, you know? And I think we almost have to frame that discussion for them and maybe kind of
or
grease the wheels a little bit so they can start imagining, oh yeah, we have something here, you know? And like I mentioned earlier about Columbia, how they had their walking school buses, that was a big deal. PedNet promoted like how big of a deal it was for the real estate community to be able to say, hey, yeah, you know, you live in these neighborhoods and your kids can walk to school on these walking school buses. And, you know, that's when you get realtors excited about transportation. I mean, they don't think of walking school buses as transportation, but we do, or we should. And so maybe there's a way to say, yeah, we have this really awesome community where kids learn how to ride their bikes. Kids walk to school on walking school buses, and we have a loop around our city. And, you know, so you kind of like lay those things out there, and who wouldn't want to make this their home?
Yeah. I wonder then, in my mind, I'm kind of formulating here the potential for a bit of a roundtable discussion, almost like a your turn, but instead of public engagement, it's more like organizational engagement. So, I mean, you got Explore Lawrence, Chamber, Lawrence Board of Realtors, and Parks and Rec as a governmental department. All those entities, I would say, have some kind of stake in this discussion of that unique identity. And all of them probably have some experience in trying to figure out what makes other cities unique, and not necessarily copying that because that's not being unique, but what we could do with what we already have to set ourselves apart. I, for one, would really like to see that discussion to both learn more about what they do, but also, like you were saying, get them thinking about transportation, even though they usually don't. So if we're on the same page, should we put that down on a
sure
session?
I mean, it probably is a broader conversation. I mean, that would be a way to get kind of this started. Yeah. I was trying to think about transit, and I don't know where this is at, but the fare-free transit concept, that would definitely make transit kind of stand out as different in Lawrence.
It's been brought up in PTAC once or twice. It's not dead, which is good.
Yeah, I just don't know if that really would make you gotta think, yeah, Lawrence, yeah, you can live there and you can do this and you can do that. And, you know, people are looking at the ways that walking is supported, biking is supported, taking the bus is supported. And, you know, it's a place to go to kind of live that car-free life.
Charlie?
Yes.
Just for everybody's information, I think it's being considered as a pilot with route redesign.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean, some of this is work that's probably just happening and no one's thought about selling it, you know, like saying, this is what makes living here great. Because those of us that live here and think about why we do like it, often it is because we feel like we can do these sorts of things. And, you know, if we were to stretch that, where would we find ourselves? We might find ourselves thinking, yeah, we got the best transit system. We got the best places to walk. We got neighborhood schools that makes it easier for kids to ride their bike or whatever. So, and our Parks and Rec teaches kids how to ride, and the schools teach people how to ride, et cetera.
This is Pat Collette, and at the other end of that scale, I mean, a big initiative with the chamber and such as attracting retirees, and so much of that same kind of emphasis in terms of getting around easily, but for seniors. So that you've got emphasis on families moving to Lawrence and having good quality schools and good ways to get there and that kind of thing for the school age kids, but also at the other end of the spectrum.
All right, I'm going to move you along a little bit because you're on the second one and we got 6 more.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, foster coordination between MMTC and community stakeholders. So we've got updates from Parking and Transit or PTAC. Participate in route redesign with a representative, schedule your turns. That was the goal. Objectives, PTAC coordination happened, monthly updates. You participated in the committee, provided recommendations on transit improvements. Thoughts about that? What your role in the future is with in regard to foster the coordination?
Kuzmiak, Mmtc chair. I would start by probably striking the monthly PTAC update because we no longer have any members who are on PTAC as well. If we could at least get a biannual update from transit to parking, I think that's perfectly fine. But the second half is going to be kind of hard now that both myself and, well, Gregory may be on PTAC still, but he's no longer on MMTC, so that would be kind of tough.
Charlie Bryan, MMTC. So I'm just going to throw this out there. I don't know this one should stand alone. Like, it feels like it's just a way that we should do our work. It's not the work we should do, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't seem like the goal itself is to do the coordination. It's like going back to the previous discussion. Like, if our goal is to really be part of this conversation about what makes Lawrence unique and a place that people want to live and work and play, like, we have to coordinate that. We don't single-handedly make that happen. So collaboration and working across the silos, it's on us to make sure that we do that, or we do our work in that way, so that people do see transportation as an asset. And so I would kind of say, I don't want to throw out the your turn concept, because I think that was a nice strategy for us to kind of flip the tables on our work sessions. But I feel like this one doesn't, to me, seem appropriate as a goal by itself.
How about if it's merged with number one based on your comment together, and it's more about support staff and doing their engagement under their community engagement plans to make sure that community input is reflected in transportation plans, programs, and processes, something like that. Like reframing that goal there.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. It kind of feels similar enough that we're not losing it then, but we're just kind of adapting it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm totally on board with that.
Okay. Assess environmental impacts of projects reviewed by MMTC. So you had joint study session is what you wanted, and integrate with the 5 sustainability principles. And you ended up having a study session with the sustainability on climate action, which we've already said kind of we need to probably follow up with where climate action is in coordination.
Yeah, I would say that would be a decent objective to try to get that to happen. Do we still want to have a joint study session with the Sustainability Advisory Committee? Or do you think just the director is probably good enough right now?
I think it depends what the process is for the climate action plan, right? Because your interest probably really is understanding what strategies get written into the climate action plan that are intertwined with transportation strategies. Am I wrong about that? Or does that sound reasonable?
Sorry, I may need you to reframe that. I didn't quite get it.
So whether or not you're doing the work with the Sustainability Advisory Committee or with the staff member, I think the objective there is to align strategies identified in the climate action plan related to mode choice and VMT reduction with transportation strategies.
Okay.
So how you do the work, whether it's with the staff, whether it's in the process or with that committee, I don't know that that's the point of this, of what you write here. I think it's about what you're trying to do.
Okay, I'm okay with that. And I feel like then if I'm reading you right, then we could probably strike number 1, because that's kind of a very specific thing that could still be done, but isn't really the point of this row. More importantly, it's just to make sure that we take sustainability into account in decisions that we make, which I think is what number 2 is trying to say there. It sounds like they're almost, I don't know, there's a chance that there could be some kind of like sustainability impact statement like environmental sustainability impact statement for each agenda item. That is yet more work for staff, and I don't know if I really recommend doing that right now, but
there is some strategic plan measure in Connected City. Can you look it up, Dave? I can't think of it off the top of my head. That relates to how they're going to score projects on some sustainability index in the strategic plan. So some of that may already be happening by the staff doing those projects as part of a separate city process.
Okay, so do you think then the most streamlined way to deal with this would be to kind of rewrite the objective in sort of a, I don't know, almost a less explicit way? And so I'm struggling here.
Charlie Bryan, Mmtc. I was going to push back just a bit. I think the study session is a pretty concrete step we can take, and I mean, maybe we don't have it all figured out, like what would be the purpose and all that, but I think it could be more framed as exploratory, like understanding each other. You know, they don't probably have a understanding of our work. We don't fully understand their work, their priorities. So maybe it's about, you know, introducing ourselves. And I heard in, I think Damon and Douglas both, this interest in how transportation impacts our environment. So, and I know, Nick, you've shared that concern before. So it's like, how does that, this feels like we have to keep this, you know, something that resembles this environmental dimension to the work we do, the decisions we make. But, and that's the only committee I can think of that kind of shares that interest explicitly. So maybe it's not a super productive conversation, but it's a way to say, hey, nice to know you.
Yeah, kind of along the same lines of meeting with the planning commission, where like, we're not going to get anything concrete done in those meetings, but as long as we can make sure that we understand what the drivers and values are of the other group, then we can maybe further brainstorm how to work together with them to make sure that we accomplish our goals.
I'm curious also, like, could we maybe think about understanding each other from our performance measures perspective? You know, like, what is it they're seeing as their alignment with the city's strategic plan or any other high level plans like the MPO plans? Like, maybe that's a way to focus the conversation. So it's not just, hi, I'm Charlie. You know, this is what I care about. Maybe, I mean, I'm just thinking there's got to be a way to frame it that helps to keep us all aligned in a way that seems strategic, not just trying to find a connection, for example.
So it sounds like then we still want in general to have a meeting with the Sustainability Advisory Committee, and we're not necessarily sure exactly how to tackle it. It sounds like you have some ideas. Is this something that we could table for a planning session later, but leave it in as an objective?
I mean, you could leave the language just exactly how it is now, which either says with the staff member and or with the committee.
Which I think is what it says, you know, the committee and or the director. So yeah. Charlie, are you on board with that?
Yeah, I mean, this needs to be fleshed out. I mean, honestly, I'm a little disappointed that this one didn't get a whole lot more attention last year. So it goes back to earlier comment I made around, like, if we're going to take our role seriously, we've got to probably expect each other to serve on committees because there's not enough time to advance all these things at a monthly, you know, meeting. And a lot of this isn't work that needs to have decisions made in a public way. It's the laying the groundwork for discovery of what are those public decisions that need to be brought forward. And some of that's, you know, I don't know, just it takes time to figure out what that is. And then you say, oh, you know what, we both share kind of that interesting goal around mode share, for example. Like, I don't know if they really pay attention to mode share and that impact it could have on the environment. I hope they would, but maybe they don't. And planning commission shares in that, maybe. So I kind of feel like we're going to always be overlapping with other people's work. So we should probably always try to figure out how we relate with them on an annual basis.
I'm going to keep moving you along in this discussion. Elevate equity and transportation decision making. You intended to hold a study session with the Directorate of Equity Inclusion. We kind of talked about already needing to do some of that again with maybe some training explored in relationship to resources or elevating a conversation about equity and representation on the committee and whether that's volunteer or compensation. I'd say can probably, establish the procedure to produce equity impact statements. You began that, so probably you want to continue that. And you established a committee to review performance measures in relation to that role, and you probably have some more work to do there. Any other thoughts about that? You want to put non-motorized prioritization update on here as an explicit thing with equity?
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Sorry, Charlie, Brian, MMTC. Jessica, that's a good suggestion. I think going back to the kind of earlier conversation around equity, I think also having, personally, I think this is one of those where we would really benefit from having an equity committee. And, we need to have some of our members on there, but I think it might be most fruitful if we also were to recruit some representation outside of our commission. And I think we could do that. I think it'd be a worthwhile goal to put, a subcommittee together with 2 or 3 of us and some staff, and then maybe 3 people from the community that would help us just make some progress on defining how we are working toward advancing equity and understanding inequities around transportation.
So do you think after the conversation that you had with the presentation from United Way Human Services Coalition and their anti-poverty plan initiatives that all the human service providers are working on, and the new position of the mobility planner, that some of that work may be done outside of your realm and you want to be part of that? Or that you want to create a whole nother spectrum where you're establishing responsibility for that work and it's a whole new staff item that staff take on in addition to existing work?
So as I'm thinking about it, it's probably not at the level of creating a whole new set of work. It's more of how does the Transportation Commission improve on our efforts to address inequities in transportation. And so that might be through identifying training. It could be through how we support efforts to recruit membership. I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like that's why it would really be useful to have a equity committee that could flesh out, like, how do we make progress on this? And is the progress meaningful? Because it feels really almost too easy and too safe to just say, oh, we just need to schedule some training. And I feel like that's not challenging us to make progress. So I don't know that we have a quick, easy answer to how do we do that, but I feel like if there was a committee, that would be the work of the committee to figure out, like, what do they recommend to the Transportation Commission to make progress on this? And I'm not sure that we can have those answers by ourselves either. So if I was on a committee like that, which I would be eager to volunteer for that, I would absolutely feel stuck if I didn't have the expertise of others that are really passionate about that and can find, all of us listening intently to what they might have to teach us. So, and what we can learn ourselves. So I don't know. I guess I'd say it's too formative to say, okay, here's the exact work that needs to be done. It's more like, what do we think is important? And rather than have this conversation only once a year during a retreat, let's keep the dialogue going on and identify something more concrete to bring to the full commission. So I guess I would say is let's add an action step on here that is to form an equity committee that includes additional members of the community.
Yeah, do we have the framework structure to do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
I've never done a steering committee or subcommittee that brings on additional membership, because you're creating a whole nother public body where you're holding, I don't know how that works with COMA. And if you're now like establishing a whole new committee.
Yeah, I can only imagine if you had too many members of the commission on there, then you would create a problem. But if it's two, if it's two of us or three of us, it seems like it's relatively safe, and we're able to, like committees should do. We come back to our commission meetings and report on it. But that's a good question.
Yeah.
I just feel like that shouldn't be the barrier that stops us from making more progress this year.
Yeah, I would say we had that equity committee formed and we hadn't met for a while. So I think
it exists, but the membership is not no longer on the board.
Yeah, not
we
on
need
the
to appoint some new members to the existing committee.
So I think a start would be to get that committee formed or reestablished, and then determine how to move forward.
Okay. Well, I guess I had forgotten that we even had a committee.
Yeah. And
I see it there, right there in red. Held a study session, create an equity committee.
Yeah, and that kind of helped us start putting those equity impact statements on the agenda items. And I don't know if we had a lot of...
Yeah, we had the conversation about what the study session was going to be with the Human Services Coalition.
Was I on that committee? I'm sorry.
From the top of my memory, I'm going to say Pat and Steve.
Okay.
Was there someone else too?
Gregory
Critchlow.
I think.
Yeah.
Well, I would say an action item would be to get that committee back in place. And then I guess my additional stretch or push would be, can we be open to the possibility that we need more engagement with members of our community that are kind of passionate about addressing equity. So
this might, Douglas meeting MMTC, this might be a case of recruitment, getting representational people who are passionate about freedom of movement and mobility and poverty and neighborhoods and I mean, it kind of dovetails back with the 15-minute. It's something that I'm sure that there are a lot of people in Lawrence who, although they live fine, they would like things to be better, and I'm sure we all know someone who is either disabled now or has been disabled, and we all get older and our knees and joints, they change. When I was younger, I wanted a 2-story Victorian house. I wanted to have the money to get that. Now I think about, wow, if I had the money, I would go for something more 1-story or split level mid-century modern. But I mean, there are people who wanted to run, who did run for city commission, on equity, and there are people who also ran for other positions in the school board, and it behoove us to try and recruit some of those people. I mean, at least as far as representation goes, and maybe not think of it as so much as a commission or a subcommission, but as an outreach project in and of itself, and promotional and public.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's just my 2 cents. That's all I've got to say, and thank you for your time.
This is Pat Klett, Mmtc Commissioner. Maybe a way forward, and I think we kind of started this, was reestablishing the equity committee with members from the commission, and kind of figure out some next steps. But maybe maybe a thing to investigate, rather than adding community members to the subcommittee, whether it would be more viable to have invitations to the subcommittees, so, have 2 or 3 people come in and speak to the subcommittee rather than being considered. I don't know if that would fit better within the framework of the city, the city's advisory committee and commission structure, where you're not actually bringing them onto the subcommittee, but resources to that subcommittee.
That could certainly be done.
Yeah, Charlie Bryan, MMTC. I think that's if that's a practical way to move forward on it, that makes sense.
Okay, I'm going to keep moving us forward. We have 16 minutes till the end of the day. We have 3 more topics. So measure progress towards MMTC towards meeting responsibilities. I would assume probably a similar process to what we did or with evolution seems reasonable. Is there any additional work about performance metrics to evaluate progression of meeting responsibilities in bylaws? That's still on there. I don't know how you feel about that. And as a task.
Hey, Kuzmiak, MMTC chair. I know when we were planning the retreat, we had discussed the idea of just kind of procedure in MMTC. For example, Charlie, you brought up in the past, like how formal do we want to be, right? Like, should I be calling you Commissioner Bryan every time I address you? Should we have a way that we do hand raises? Like, how do we hold our meetings, especially because the bylaws were never intended for the Zoom era. So I wonder if it would be worthwhile to maybe have a study session still addressing that idea of sort of protocol procedure, if that's of interest. I don't know if there is enough broad interest to actually do that, but especially because we don't have a lot of longtime members anymore who really, I guess, would have as much of an opinion about that perhaps. So that was something I was thinking we could add as an objective here, but willing to hear differing opinions there.
All right. Any other thoughts? Otherwise, I'll keep moving us on and we'll just kind of keep talking about what maybe fits there. Provide the next 2 are really probably could be merged together, but they provide input to MPO and Planning Commission transportation initiatives and participate in the Lawrence Douglas County Long Range Transportation Plan, because that was this year one. We can probably update all the stuff of where some of that is in the process. And then you kind of have as item 3, joint meetings with Planning Commission. They're going to be having, the planning department's going to be having the land development code update process, an East Lawrence neighborhood planning process this year, and a west of K10 planning process, all of which will probably have ties, will be, staff-led processes that will have ties back to transportation. So thinking about how that looks in the future year based on kind of how you've done representation in the past. So kind of on the radar.
Yeah, it does look like this one needs some significant revisions.
Yeah, we've fallen greatly behind on our best laid intentions on our research for transportation and land use best practices based on some staff capacity, and especially with the development of the land development code project, some of that became less relevant with a future 2-year process update to actually do the revisions as opposed to just research best practices. So we can update that. Thoughts overall about where this stands or kind of where we're at?
I do like the idea of combining it. It seems similar enough that if we strike a couple of these because they're out of date or no longer relevant, that we could easily make this a single row. But yeah.
Charlie Bryan, MMTC. Nick, since you're the chair, and I think Damon's our vice chair. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, Damon is.
Okay. It's always hard, and I'm feeling like we're rushed to get to the end of the meeting, but I would, I'm assuming this is going to come back before us like it did last year, where we'll make it an official, we'll consider it at one of our meetings. I guess I'd like to imagine that if you had some more time to stew over this and clean it up, that you would, you could kind of improve on the document overall. And I'm wondering if you feel like you have that liberty.
I think that's the precedent, is that the chair and vice chair work with staff to do that.
Okay.
Yep.
That's kind of, I'd like, because I feel
Absolutely.
like we've given you the input, you know,
Yeah.
and then we'll have a chance for it to go through a public process. And
Yes.
so,
yeah, we're not voting on this today. This is
Yep.
just feedback and conversation to develop all of that conversation that's formal in terms of considering it as adopting it as a work plan will happen at the public meeting.
okay. The idea that I had mentioned earlier about thinking more about our committees and all that, I guess for me, that if we were going to add anything new to this kind of format, it would be being more intentional about committee assignments. And I don't know how you feel about that, but often the progress is not made unless people are kind of accountable for it. So when we do our commission items and people, you know, giving an update about PTAC or this or that, maybe there's a way to kind of share the responsibility for ensuring progress on these things by putting some names there.
So I generally support that, and I think it maybe deserves further discussion, especially since we have new members who may have come in here with a certain expectation, and that may change if there is now required to be on a committee. I'm not fully decided either way, but I think that maybe would be able to fit into a study session on general protocol bylaws kind of stuff, because that kind of gets at the core of who we are and what we do.
Yeah, I agree. I'm throwing it out there because I feel like there's a few people that put a lot of work in, and we lost some of, we lost Steve Evans. He was one of those people that did a lot of that. And I think we might have also lost people that realized it was more work than they thought it was. So just being clearer to people about what's the amount of time it takes and what's expected of them in terms of advancing this, work. It's nice to see it shared and everybody to jump in and help out. So it's also hard sometimes to say no to, one thing, because you only want to focus on trying to make progress on something else. Like, I think I wanted to do equity last year, but then I committed to something else because, I can't recall exactly, but dividing and trying to make progress is important.
I agree. Jessica, is there anything else we need to do on this? Do we want to take a quick glance at the 2022 schedule, or are we probably good for right now?
No, I think probably we're probably pretty good. We talked about a lot of the items besides specific projects, which I don't think we should get into today. So I think, that's for your leisure viewing. We will be editing it, I think, based on some of the conversation we have today to bring back to you. And we'll work with chair and vice chair to edit the outline for goals and objectives. I feel pretty confident we can do that work and bring something back with the guidance that we got today. So unless somebody has anything that's in different direction to what you've already said.
I do have one comment, not necessarily on that, but adding to just a thought in terms of committee structure and volunteering and that kind of thing, is that, we have vacancies on the commission, and maybe being more intentional about strategies to recruit people. I had sent out a note on Lawrence Bike Club to encourage people to consider applying, but I think making more people aware of this commission, for one thing, and the opportunity to volunteer, and if there's some way to encourage more diversity, all the better. So, but just something to think about and figure out if there's anything that we can do to help drive that.
So Charlie Bryan, MMTC. I know we just went through that work plan list, but there wasn't much discussion about if there was a need to add anything to it. And I didn't know if there was an option for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the last comments about stuff in terms of how the work evolves and lasts. Do you need to would you like to add something else to it?
Well, it's just kind of one of those things that's been on my mind, and I mentioned it just briefly earlier. It feels as if there is not, to me, this is just my opinion about it, but it feels like we aren't being very explicit around our support for safe cycling in the community. And I think we all, think we are doing that, but it doesn't, like when I look at the document, I'm kind of left going, okay, so what are we going to do? When Damon says he has to cross 6th Street 4 times a day. And I just wonder if there's a way to make that more explicit. And there, I know there's work we're thinking about around the, how, intersections are, the policies around intersections and whether they're controlled or uncontrolled. But the Idaho stop was discussed a bit last year. We heard from staff kind of the rationale for not pursuing anything until the state made some progress on that. But it to me, it just feels like we're kind of falling flat. If you were to ask the really active bicyclists how we're doing, I guess I'd wonder, would they be satisfied, or would they feel like, we haven't really made an impact in their lives? And so I just wonder, how do we make progress to be more responsive to the people that are out there riding their bikes to work, or doing, more of the commuter kind of, they're making the mode shift basically. How do we help them and listen to what their opinions are on how successful or not successful we're being? So
it might be a your turn session.
Maybe.
Well,
I mean, that's kind of I'm wondering, like, I know you got a bike plan update and there's other things that are happening, and maybe we just need to put it down on our work plan so it's more obvious.
Yeah. Maybe we need to go back and look at the action plans from all of those mode specific plans. Like what strategies and recommendations are identified in these plans that need to start to be slated in the workload to make progress. Because I think that's what you're talking about in some sense, Charlie, is you may be funding the implementation of projects, but there's a lot of other strategies identified in a lot of those plans that maybe we should be making progress on.
Yeah, I feel like this isn't like we're neglecting it, but I also have a hard time saying, yeah, here's what we did.
It's like not actively being implemented.
It feels that way to me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where are we at with bicycle friendly community status? Are we still at silver?
We're still at silver, and we submitted a renewal application, so we'll see.
Okay. And the submission of the renewal, when did that happen? Was that last year?
Somewhere between November and now.
Okay. So that kind of disappoints me that we didn't know about it. So it gets to, like, if our purview is supposed to be multimodal, then it doesn't feel quite right that I'm kind of feeling disconnected to that work, I guess. And maybe it can be
a lot of that process is like, for particularly, I think there could be some discussion around this, but a lot of that process is a lot of just data collection. Like, tell us what the policy is, tell us what this is, tell us what this is. That's what that application looks like.
Yeah, I know. I'm familiar with it.
Yeah.
I just feel like, does the commission understand the importance of that? And how does it get a little bit more sunlight so that we are feeling like we're doing justice to that piece of multimodal?
I feel like a lot of that probably changed with the elimination of the Lawrence Douglas County Bicycle Advisory Committee, where there was framed work solely around bicycling as the mode in terms of like promotion of Bike Week and all of that stuff. So
you're probably spot on. I think maybe that's the kind of hole that I'm feeling. You know.
So there's a new bicycle rideability map out.
Well, that's good.
MPO
And you know, I know the
MPO
MPO is continuing to kind of do this for the whole MPO region, but it feels like in Lawrence, we're kind of just, I don't know if we're on autopilot or what's going on, but it doesn't feel like there's, I don't feel like we're making a real huge effort to change anything for people that rely on a bike to get around town every day.
Well, I think it just depends how it's framed, because I think the conversation like, oh, Article 9 has been updated to change bike parking amenities. And so development now is being required under certain circumstances to have long-term bicycle parking. So how long does it take? Over decades, probably, to really make an impact on some of that in terms of impacting people.
So Article 9 has finally been completed, or?
Yes.
Okay. So another example where it didn't really come to this commission.
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Yes,
when?
It did.
Did it? What, an update?
2020.
2020, yeah.
Okay, maybe I just lost track of that.
Yeah.
But my point is, like, in our work plan, I don't feel like the work plan speaks too much to that part of our what should be our agenda.
No, and I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to think of examples like that were things that you may have done that may not have been like, oh, this is a bicycling thing, but because it's not a bicycle committee, but it's like all the modes.
Sure. So perhaps a way to think about it would be going back through the list that you just presented. If we coded that, you know, how successful would we say that we've captured our progress on the, you know, supporting people that ride bikes? I don't know. I'm just kind of, I'm confessing that it just feels like there's something missing there for me, and maybe I'm alone in that, but it'd be nice to figure out how does that become more visible to all of us. So then Damon's comments earlier kind of got me started thinking about that. You know, it's nice. I didn't know that he rode his bike every day. So that was kind of like, oh, that's good to have that perspective on our commission. It's really important, actually. It's like having someone who rides the bus every day. Like, those are perspectives that we benefit tremendously from. It's 5:01. I'm sorry I had to ramble like that at the end.
That's okay. That's okay. All right. So does anybody else have anything to add? Otherwise, I will tell us all to have a great weekend. And thank you for your time today to participate in the retreat.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate you facilitating this. I think it went pretty well. And I think we have a lot of good takeaways and look forward to working on that work plan.
Okay. Wonderful. Well, have a great weekend. Thank you. And we'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.